What's up? What's up? Good morning and welcome to Spark and Trade. Today is May 9th and it is a Tuesday. So we got through Monday. Pretty choppy day. It's quite all right. No big deals. Let's get to the pre-market level show, right? It's just a pre-market show where we pretty much pick out some levels that the market should potentially or could potentially trigger some reactions, bullish, bearish reactions. But let's get to it. Since I'm on ES, we'll start on ES. Really quickly, we have these existing levels were from yesterday. This is your 5-minute level up here. They kind of broke out of this range that they kept us in all day. The white ones, the white lines are your 5-minute lines. It's just supply and demand. That was existing supply. This was the demand I chose. They kind of just played around with it, kind of expanded it, formed new supply and demand up there, and finally they broke down, creating a new supply here. All right. So what do we do today? Well, we just move those things from there. Sorry about that. So here goes ES. 5-minute demand. As you guys can see, we bounced off of that demand almost like 6 times. Here goes your supply, very fresh supply there. Hopefully they don't change anything on us within the next couple of minutes. So let's go to the levels. On EX, we have 5-minute demand at 41.36. We have 5-minute supply at 41.40. Okay, both of those are fresh. And we're gonna go to the 15-minute chart. Back up a little bit. Yep, here's your 15-minute chart. That's gonna be the light green line here. So we have established supply at 41.57. And this one is fresh. That's this level here. Market just kept boop, bop, boop, bop, boop, bop, boop. So you just see these things happen on a micro level, macro level, and you can choose whichever one you want to play. I'm sure you guys are probably exhausted hearing me say this, but let's see. Where would we choose demand, right? So we could say that here's a possible demand turn supply, right? I don't really like to do that because that's a really small level that just got broken through. This might be an aggressive level because this was the trigger that caused the major move to the upside. All right. Wow. And the 1 hour probably didn't change yet. So let's go to the 1 hour really quickly so you guys can see that. So big bold line, that's your 1 hour supply and demand. So we do have demand down here. I'm comfortable keeping it here on a 15-minute. So we'll do that. We'll do that. All right. So 15-minute demand is coming from this breakout level. I don't have this line here or this area here as supply or demand, although I could make it supply now that we kind of broke underneath it. But I think that could still come trigger into a demand zone. So if we get a bounce up from this kind of condition, that could be a really interesting move. So I'm not going to really put that there. All right, so I'll put these levels to watch for today. So demand is going to be 41.14. All right, cool. So now we just go into our chart setup here. Where we can kind of see the bigger picture of what's happening as much as possible. All right. And then over here, so it's your 15-minute conditions happening, and over here is really just your 5-minute condition happening that I want to show. So we'll do that. Bop. catch that on Twitter, guys. We have some levels. So there goes ES. At the same time, let's focus on SPY. Sorry, I gotta take something off really quickly in the code. Alright, 1 hour hasn't moved on SPY. We still have these two levels to break. 41.13. Looks like we could make a trip back down to 408. Sorry, 413. We could make a trip back down to 408. So we'll leave the big boys there. I'm pretty sure that the 15-minute change somewhere down there. So let's move that down. We're here now looking at the 15-minute. New supply at this level here, 41.13.23. 41.13 is here to haunt us, man. That thing is not leaving. And I'm gonna keep this as demand, right, on the 15-minute. So since we're below it, it kind of sucks. We could reclaim it. That's the problem. Yeah, I'm going to keep that as demand on SPY because it just looks a lot cleaner than how far ES is, which shouldn't make a difference because ES will move. But yeah, we'll leave that there, and then we'll go and check out the 5-minute here, which has these baby levels, right? It's not even going to move from 411. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right. So 411 spot 58 and 411.12 are your supply and demand levels for SPY's 5-minute. You got 411.76 as it's demand. Start with 413. 413 is supply 23. 413.23 is supply on SPY. That's this level here. And demand is, I'm bringing it from the 15-minute line. So essentially, yeah, no, I can't do that. Can't do that. I gotta bring it underneath it. So I think it was somewhere down here. 408 spot 61. Damn, they're not making it easy these days. Now, just so you guys see what the dilemma is, basically your 15-minute has this area that was demand turn now supply. I could bring the supply down there, but I don't want to do that because they could break right back above that. So that would be like in this case me doing it here and then they break right back above that. It's not really supply yet, but it might be. Either way, we do have a 5-minute supply at 411.58, so you could just use that if you want to. So now the demand that I'm pulling is from here. This 15-minute level could show us some bounces if we can get down there. So that's about 408.74. Okay. Zoom in a little bit, break down the charts. We have our left side and our right side over here, which is your pre-market kind of condition. See, like right now they're breaking through this demand. We'll see what ends up happening with SPY. take a look at NQ. Blow this up. So NQ, oh boy, don't tell me how. Oh my god, I reduced the stuff on NQ. No way I did that. There's no way I did that. So annoying. Alright, whatever. Here goes your 5-minute chart on NQ. There's no way I did that, right? Whatever. Looks like I did it. Alright, here goes your 5-minute chart on NQ. NQ has a level. Sorry about that. NQ has this kind of level here. This was your supply, this was your demand. They ended up breaking down from that, so well, who knows what's going to happen there. Um, 15-minute levels. Oh, sorry, that's your 5-minute levels there. Let me just write that in while we're there. So that's 13,285 demand and 13,302 supply on the 5-minute for NQ. Let's move on to the 15-minute. 15-minute chart just came up. All right, we have a level here, and if we zoom out, we could use this level here as demand. So let's take that one off, put that one on. I'm just gonna turn this guy red, show us that that's a 15-minute level, and this guy green, 15-minute demand. All right, so there goes your supply at 13,354, 13,267, 268, sorry, 268. And there goes your NQ kind of supply and demand levels right here. Market should, like it did right there, reacted here. Let's see what ends up happening. I do want to see something though. Let's go to the 1 hour really quickly. 1 hour has these macro levels right here and way below down there. Let's take this, make this 5, turn this red, okay, make this 5, turn this green. Okay, and there goes your kind of levels for today on NQ. Roll calling. And last but not least, QQQ. See if we get these levels out. So let's start with the 1 hour. 1 hour levels are the same. It's going to be 323. Can't break that level. We got up there though, and this was your Friday rally right into that level. Well, it would have been 322. They kind of broke about it. 323, one more dollar. Established that as new supply. Came back down, but this is your level that we ripped from. So we're coming down right now on the Qs into demand 321. Let's see if we can get the bounce that we need. All right, so 15 minute has that changed? Yes, it is here. So 32372 and demand on a 15 minute. We're gonna keep that the same because right now this is just broken down. So we won't force that. And our 5 minute supply and demand has moved to. We'll keep this guy here and keep that supply there, right? That's craziness, yo. This market is looking crazy. All right, so what does all of that mean? It means that your QQQ 5 minute level of supply is 322, spot 52. That is fresh. Your demand is at 321, spot 47. All right, we're looking for bounces in this zone because there's a 15 minute and a 5 minute bounce zone. Rejection at 322, rejection at 323. Hopefully we get a trend. So let's look at the 15 minute. Your 15 minute has a supply at 323, spot 72, and demand at 321, spot 56. We didn't change that. That's fresh. No, actually that's old. All right, cool. Oh, sorry, I don't actually care about that picture. We want an image where we can see what the market is doing or possible areas that it could bounce at. So boom, bop. All right, that concludes the pre-market show. Can't believe I've ever been able to say that. I'm always like pressed on time, but now I'm doing 4 charts, giving it out to you guys. Look out for those levels. These levels are actually there before the market comes to that condition. A prime example would be on this day here. That was a 1 hour level that we put. Market open and ripped from that level. Didn't quite touch the 317.67, but 318.17. So 70 points away, 80 points away, 80 cents away, and then it just ripped. We would know to go long because of the condition on this 15 minute, as long as it matched up with the 5. On a day like yesterday, you would know to go short because of this condition at this level, and you had resistance right there, possible demand. Who knows what I had yesterday, but we knew to go long at this level because of the 15 minute 321, 56 demand area. So that ends up giving you this entire move. And this was nasty, bro. That was disgusting. So here we are with rejecting that level where I could have, I did actually play this short and Q. I'm out now, but looking to possibly go long at these levels here if the market can show strength. If not, then, we probably break through that level and we have to start looking for a possible bounce off of this area down there. And that's a pretty hefty move. So we'll see what happens. Good luck out there today, guys. We'll see you at the bell.
$7, flat number by the way, you don't want to see like multiple ask that's stuck at 7. So you don't want to see like a 10,000 ask, another 10,000 ask under a 15,000, because then that means what they're doing is they're just stacking up there. There's a wall of sellers, also maybe a wall of shorts, could be a wall of sellers for people who have been locked up and waiting for a pop to get out. And that's what I'd be looking for. But realistically, you're just looking at whatever side of the trade you're on. So if you're long, you want to stare at the bids, and you want to glance at the ask, but you're really trying to see the bids go up. And if you're shorting, you want to focus on the ask and make sure the ask is coming down.
Gotcha.
While simultaneously, obviously, paying attention to the sizing that's coming out. So there's multiple things.
Man, yeah, I'm out of it there. Nice solid trade though. How many shares I'm still in? Oh, snaps.
What did you that trade on, D?
Time.
What time did you get into the trade?
What time?
Yeah.
9:16. I'm all out now. I should have got out on that pop. But let me see. I'm looking at that particular candle, but let me look at the actual entry.
Google's coming into 109, 109 to
yeah,
I got in Google.
I mean, I got in there at 907.
Be cautious because 109 is going to be a significant resistance.
For Google.
Yeah, for Google, it's going to be significant resistance.
Yeah, I'm out though. Yeah, I got in at one price.
You can
right now
just see on the macro.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning. All right, let's swap on over and let's take a look at this list. Man, NVAX made a good killer move off the open.
Dude, Google might be the one today, man. If this thing catches a bit,
It's looking strong.
Yeah, it's looking really strong. But does it come back down? I don't see news on it though like that. Wait, Google to Dole. What is this?
This thing just ES just caved through demand, 5-minute demand. I don't have no demand on the 15 minutes, so we could see a bleed off today. NQ is bouncing like crazy. It's nice.
Yeah, it was another huge gap down on the ad this morning.
Yeah, we
down near 1200.
98.
The thing is at 30. I'm looking at the ADUSD. Start looking at that now. LMD. So that just hit supply up there.
I like Microsoft if it can get back up to about 308 and hold. But it don't look strong at the moment.
Yeah, I like Meta. Meta is looking good too right now.
Yeah, I like Meta as well. Meta gave a nice little 3-bar play right there. God dog it. Missed it.
Yeah. I got in at 232.20. And Google might break
it just got wicked over 109.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as that spot kind of becomes a base for later on in the day, I would like it against that level. But it's too early for me to really, determine that.
Meta might give another entry. I'm gonna sit here and watch it.
Annie, do you want me? Annie, do you want me?
Let's see if it gives another entry or if it's just gonna fail.
Yeah, Google's a little sickle right now. But you could tell 109s is a problem. Every time it kind of rips up, I want to see it like really get up there and come back and retest. I don't want to see like a little pop and then come back and retest.
Man, big flush on NVDA, huge flush.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that's
Microsoft is the one. Dang it, I took my eyes off of it too.
But Microsoft is right at 309. So we know that 309 and 308 is a supply area, or at least a consolidation period. I wouldn't say it's really supply. It's just been bouncing in that range.
But see, I like this setup. It's giving a decent little, again, like you say, I can't take it until it breaks 309. But I'm gonna look for this to break 309 and rip.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be patient here. I just, like what are we about to do, bro? Before CPI? I don't like how we kind of gap down the way we gap down on this buy either. It's kind of weird. But if Google's showing relative strength, and because of that gap down on the SPY, if the SPY ends up ramping 412, 413, Google could probably end up at like 111 maybe, if it really has steam like that. But that nasty wick down is not attractive right there. That's nasty. But straight into VWAP, so let's see.
God damn. Oh, that's not bad.
There's that rip I called on Microsoft. I'm in too. I'm just trying to see what my stop set to.
I got some Tesla longs down here.
All right, that's a good stop right there. That's a good stop. Don't come back down on me though. Keep ripping, baby. I basically got 1R locked in right now. I was up. Dang, this thing popped 3R. Got my stop set to 1R.
3-day play though.
Man, perfect call on that rip. It's just not holding. There you go. Come on. Come on, baby. Keep pushing. Don't stall out just yet. I actually got this one recorded today. I'm gonna lock in 1.5R. Alright, you got 1.5 locked in. It won't break 2R. Yep, I'm gonna stop out at 1.5. Not bad. Good trade. Good trade. Good trade. Yeah, I kind of figured Microsoft was gonna pop when it broke 309, and I probably got out a little too soon because I only had one contract.
What's the highs on Microsoft? Let's see. 311.97.
What's that?
311.97 is Microsoft's high.
I was saying, which high is that you looking at?
4 hour?
Oh, okay. Yeah, 'cause I got the previous day's high was at 310.20. That was the target I was trying to get up to. But it kind of did what I expected, popped and dropped. Now I want to see if it can hold previous day's close though. That would be nice. Oh, I was watching TCRX, one of those little small cappers. 50-cent stop, entry at 360. I would have needed 460. It's at 425 now. So already up over 1R. I should just put that order in. Let it trigger. Alright, time to start watching. Okay, here we go, another one. Let's see.
SPY looking like it's about to break the lows.
15-cent stop. You want a 15-cent stop? Nope, it's ripping. God dog it. Man. Yeah, these small caps giving some opportunities this morning.
That is kind of wedging right here.
Yeah, that's another one that it can pop VWAP just like that.
Yeah, but it's doing it right now.
Yeah.
Good Google is going crazy too.
Yeah, Google might be the one on the day. But
Yeah, you know it was the same one yesterday too.
I think that what's happening with Google though, and I think Vince talked about it, and I'm happy I own shares in it, but Google's been so delayed relative to everything else. When everything else is moving, Google's not moving. It's been in this like 109 to like 105, 104 range, and it's like while everything is moving by several points, Google's kind of lacking in that. And I think that I think it would make sense for Google to try to
Get it back.
yeah, well, yeah, catch up with the rest of the names that are moving. But yeah, so that's it's interesting.
There's a big sell at 110 though, at Google. Oh, it broke it.
Well, the high is what was the 4 hour? The high that I'd be paying it.
Yeah, guys, just looking at this market right now, we do have a triple threat condition going on. 1 hour is bearish, 15-minute bearish. Straight out the gate, they came down. Didn't really give you a chance, but this is the same candle, 15-minute candle, that's pushing down with the ad. I'm not going to get in front of anything today. I have no real demand levels, so we're basically rejecting the 4140, currently breaking through the 4136. I don't see anything other than like some areas way down there that we could bounce off of, and that's way too far for me to ever try to like play a reversal play. So I would just go with the trend and have a decent stop. But this market looks like it could base out at some point. We shall see. Ad's not really moving anywhere, so there's money either buying up this level, or you might just get a break, so who knows. I like that pivot. And there you go. Nice bounce.
Yo.
What's good, bud?
Chilling, bro. How you doing?
Chilling. How you?
Good, bro. Just watching price action.
Yeah, same here. Oh boy, Tesla's tumbling. Oh wait.
Look,
Let's see this.
looking embarrassed. I just saw your message right now.
Yeah. All right, they pushed up to the money zone on the 5-minute on ES. Are they bouncing or are they gonna go back down? That is the question. Even if they break that, you could take the 4140 level, which is where the 1 hour money zone is, risking the previous swing high.
Damn, the 15-minute looks crazy.
Oh man, I hate this.
I should just shook hard right now.
What a bounce.
Yeah, that was crazy. It just bounced like 30 cents right now. Holy fuck, what a bounce, bro. You get your entry?
No. You jumped
So
in.
where exactly are you looking to enter?
Well, I don't even know what I'm gonna do with this yet. But if I were to enter, it would have been up there at the 1 hour 4140 level. That's what 4138. I'm looking at ES though.
Yeah.
That would have been a nice entry because all you had to do was risk the previous 4140 level. So in at 38, 39. If you can catch that. Whoa, did fucking Tesla just rocket like that? That's what the fuck I'm talking about. That shit gapped up just now. Let's go. What's my fill? These fucking TOS piece of shits.
You getting into Tesla?
I'm in on Tesla. Ugh, this fill is disgusting.
You're longing Tesla?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a 3-day play though, so I don't really care what happens today.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit, sorry guys. Bad YouTube, I just noticed that, what you call it? Had a big head there. What the hell is going on here? Oh, that shit is all over the place. Hmm.
Damn, that shit's rejecting the fuck out of this zone right here.
MQ is bouncing nice.
Bro, I don't know what's going on, but my phone keeps turning on this like weird ass like accessibility thing. I don't know what the fuck this shit is.
It has to be this thing. What the fuck is going on? Why is it so laggy, bro?
Your shit's lagging?
Like a motherfucker, bro. Feels like glue.
I low-key want to take that entry on those shorts right here. The only thing that's keeping me out is the 15 minutes bullish right now.
Where's this? That lag is significant.
What's lagging your TOS?
Yeah.
So like I'll be up like 30, to 50 to 70 bucks, and I'm not happy with that. So I'll end up turning that 30 to 70 bucks or whatever to where my stop you would be at, right? And that's a problem that I have. It's like, because I'm sized in. I'm not trading for 30, 70 bucks. I'm trading for 3, 4, 500 bucks. So that $70 gain is like, what the fuck is this? Like, what? I don't want that. So I actually had the opposite. While you're sitting there like kind of getting out with the $5 gainer, I'm like, I don't.
This ain't enough for me.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because I'm not trading for that type of money. I'm trading for my daily goals.
To be honest, I think the main thing is just like having a limit for the day and just like trusting the process. Like, I mean, I still do have the same problem. Like most on my red day, right? If I look at the trades, at some point I'm always green, right? Then I'd be like, man, I should have just taken the small gain. Then some days when I do take the small gain, those are the days that I actually go to my target. Then I'm like, man, why am I just So what I'm trying to do every now and then is just set my stop loss and just let it go, let it work. I mean.
Yeah, it sounds like you've been doing a good job at it though, because you've been having some.
And another thing I try to do now, because I do sometimes overtrade. That's another problem. So I'm just trying to limit my trade. If I can only just do probably maximum 4 trade a day, probably 3 trade and just call it. Because sometimes in the morning I'm good, then when I keep trading, I give everything back, and that's not good. Like when I say give everything back, for example, I say my daily loss is $100, right? So let's say I'm up $100. I'm supposed to stop, right? And I keep trading from $100. Now I'm down to $50. Now I'm down to $0. Then I keep trading till I get to that $100, negative $100. I need to stop doing that. Once I make that profit, just call it a day and just trade another day.
Yeah, I think most novice traders, because I got that same problem. That's why I'm calling it a day already.
Man.
MD made my day again. Made like $100 on that one contract that I held. So, and then I'm in 2 green trades on ENCS and Microsoft. So,
that was good.
I watch from the sidelines.
Yeah, I'm currently in Google, and my entry price was, let me see, my entry price was 109.41, so I'm in the greens right now. So
you in the one without the L though, right?
Yeah, without the L, G-O-O-G. So I got in at 109.41, and currently right now it is at, what is it again? 110.21, yeah, so I'm good right now. So, that's this is the last trade. So if it comes down to break even, good, and if it's going to keep running, it should keep running. That is all I can just do.
But you
because I'm already
stop at break even.
Oh no, I'm moving up now. I'm moving it to 109.76. So probably 30 cents. It looks like it's coming back down, but yeah, if you stop me, I'm good.
Yeah, all right, Brody.
And instead of keep over trading,
Yeah.
I want to do that.
Got it right.
I just cut the torch to the head.
Like it's going to tag me now, but yeah.
You got in at a good level?
And just leave.
No, bro, weak ass fucking trade. $20 a contract. It's whatever.
$20. 20 cents for it?
Yeah, 20 cents a contract, but weak as fuck. It's whatever.
I'll watch a trade.
I mean, 60 bucks on that trade, but it's whatever, bro. I ain't mad.
Come all the way back down and stop me out breaking. And it's like,
wow, NQ just dumped into a possible bounce on if this doesn't break. Then they could bounce back up. I'm watching ES also. Looks like they're struggling to go down.
If I go red on, let's say I go red 2 trades.
I just want to see this crazy rally on Tesla, bro.
That's been what I've been fighting with the most. I'm looking at shop, man.
Yeah, I'm probably tripping though.
SPY, and I want the SPY to flush out and then get soaked back above VWAP. If it can do that, I think we can trend. I just want to see one washout to really confirm. But it's holding VWAP and it's making these wicks on VWAP real nice. But I wanted to see a washout, dude. I want to
There
see
goes the bounce. Oh shit, bro. This shit's so textbook. If they hold this bitch, it could be crazy.
I missed it.
Sorry guys, I'm watching a few things, but probably shouldn't be. SPY.
Look at Google. After he stopped me out, now that fast is going back off. Oh yeah.
That same type of price action is what I want to see the SPY do.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. It came down, now it's going back up.
That's exactly what I want the SPY to do. I want to see people nervous in their positions. I want to see people stepping out. Yeah, I want to see that.
Go back. I got you.
Look what it did though. It tapped.
That's what I'm saying.
Perfect.
Then went back up. Yeah. I should have. Well, hey, that's good.
VWAP was 109.65. What is that candle right there? Let's see. What's that candle? The low is 109.64. It went 1 penny below VWAP and then ripped.
Man, it's gonna make no ice. It's gonna wreck it.
Probably will.
Yep. Look at that. Yep. There we go.
Yeah, SPY curled off VWAP nicely, but I'm still being patient. I want to really see the SPY because I have calls ready, but I want to see the price action do what I think it's gonna do. I don't want to just get in here and then end up, and that's also not 10 o'clock, so I still have my time. Imagine a 10 o'clock candle comes in and just swipes everything down.
But it's making this nice move right here over previous days high.
What a bounce.
Previous days low.
Yeah, good thing I cut that shit.
You got those
They,
that 9.
it was the fact that they couldn't get under the 15-minute 50, bro. I was like, bro, I'm not even gonna risk this shit.
Resistance. And it needs to break over. So it needs to break over that with strength.
If they reject the 41.40, 41.11, I mean 4.11, that could be where I'm trying to go in for the shorts. Let me see
That was a
something.
green wedge earlier, bro. That was such a beautiful color.
Slash yes.
So that's why I like my though. So I got Meta green on the morning, Microsoft green on the morning, SPY barely green on the morning. Everything else is red.
13,300 on NQ right now.
Man, I was gonna take a trade on TR.
You're fucking dying, bro. What the hell?
This shit rallying right now. Let's go.
Entry,
Oh, wow.
50-cent stop. This thing is at $5.48 now.
Right into target.
I missed my entry and it just popped.
Alright, so looks like they could flip this trend, which is fine, but you were not at the 1 hour zone that we wanted to wait for. 41.40s on ES. Entries up here would not be a bad move. The only problem is your stop. 46 could be a stop. I like it. Let me see if they could get some more momentum.
So it's almost time then. Yup. Gotta get everything ready. Sometimes I'll be forgetting it's about to be 9 a.m., which is like 10. And I just get in trade. I'm like, yeah, why did I get in trade right before 10? So I have that to remind me. Gotta look at my position if I'm in any position.
I'm in shop right now and I'm trying to let this thing. I don't want to let it come all the way down and stop me out flat, but I'm trying to wait till 10 o'clock to see what it does.
The Q's on the SPY, they're ripping right now.
Man, the SPY trade would have been a beauty. But it is what it is.
I'm gonna stop out of this shop. Let me go and get out. Stop me out.
It is rejecting. rejecting off a level that I have on my line though, or on the chart.
Yeah, it's sitting right at the 50 moving, at the hourly 50. Watch it get stopped out of this shopping at rips.
Yeah, I want the ES to kind of break this level, and if they could base out up here, I'm thinking about continuing with the short trend. But this momentum is sick right now. MES.
Amazon green on the day, Meta green, Microsoft green, Google green.
And the SPY just ripped.
Everything there, dude. Pretty nice shit though. Alright, so
I just
market.
stopped out of shop for basically a flat trade.
What the fuck is going on? I can't get into shit.
I basically was up 1 R on that trade and I'm getting out flat.
I don't know what the hell that's about. That's a nice wick right there.
So just for point of reference right now, Vega, when the SPY had hit that like negative 1100 and pulled back, it's at that same level right now. Literally at that same level. So let's see if we can get to break this. Man, this was a much needed pullback on the shop. It's looking like a nice buy setup. Man, Google is just off to the races.
Yeah. But it moves slow, bro. It's a slow mover. Or a mover.
Look at Meta. Meta did a nice move from what we had saw that.
The wedge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wedge was a beautiful wedge. Like that's one of the setups that I would take before like 10 o'clock. But by the time I would have loaded the contracts in, it went. You know what it went.
Yeah. Alright, we really done now. Really done. We done my trades. Shop is about to piss me off and make me probably take a trade that I shouldn't take.
I need Tesla to break that 170. Had a nice pop from the lows though.
I don't have Tesla pulled up. It should be up at the top left. Let's see.
Tesla's above your 9 EMA on the 5-minute.
Yeah, and it's just breaking previous days.
Melly Mel.
Is the market open or not?
Your vehicle, if you've driven it, make sure everything was good.
Yeah, everything was fine. Thank you. This morning, everything sounded good. I'm gonna kind of wait and see how it works out for a week, but so far so good.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, man.
Have a good day.
You too.
We got 7 seconds. 56. There we go. Come on the bid real quick.
All right, I'm in the shorts.
There we go, 56. There we go. Gotta keep holding that though. If we don't hold it.
Yeah, I was watching the time and sales right there.
All right, guys, I'm in the shorts right here on this pullback. It's not quite at the 1 hour money zone, but this swing high that we dumped from is what I'm trying to basically defend. So basically this level here, 43. I'm in at 38, so 950. All right, so about 6 points, 5-6 points till I stop out. Until then, trade is with God. I'm out of here, guys. Good luck. Look at that. Fucking nailed it. Don't go back up. Fucking nailed her. I hope she doesn't go back up. You got out of there, Vega?
Previous day's close. Needed ES right there. What kind of volume was in that move though?
Doesn't look like a lot. So they coming back up, but it doesn't matter. I got my trader set.
Why does my P&L not show my P&L? I literally have a P&L fucking a P&L positions box and it doesn't show my P&L. Like what?
Yo, trader bait is tripping. What the fuck is going on?
Oh, right back up to 50s on Apple. Sick, dude.
Yeah, the ad is rotating up. We just need a sick down move. I'm lit, but let's see.
Sick. We're really basing nicely on at that 37 to 40s area. It's basing really nice on Apple, but I'm seeing other names and they're cranking. Like Nvidia's cranking lower. AMD just failed previous day's close. Amazon failed previous day's close. Meta failed previous day's close. Oh my god, bro! I wish there was like a conviction play for me this week, bro.
So yeah, we're gonna risk the high of this candle up here. In terms of what kind of play, right now the bulls are in control on this 5 minute. All right, so we definitely got some smoke coming in. If they don't reject this level and they break through that, that'd be like your reason to exit that trade. So I'm looking at a nice 4 point loss, waiting for that pop and entering. So we'll see what happens. Let me draw out the trade. I'm in on the other screen, guys. Somewhere right there. We're gonna probably risk. Let me see, 42, 43, 20s. We'll call it a day right there. Duplicate that. Here goes your 2 to 1. Sorry, here goes your 1 to 1, right? If we make it down there. And I do plan on averaging in somewhere in this kill box if they make it up there. But boom, there goes your 2R, breaking the lows. And I want to really take this trade to the moon, so let's see if we could extend this a little bit more. All right, so 26. It's pretty nice, solid trade with a 38 entry. That gives us 13 points. Let's see if we get it. Bottom of the Bollinger Band is 30. I want to get to like 26. Justify the play though. Fucking this shit could go back to 20 at least, right? I mean, it may or may not, but 14? Yeah, I'm gonna take it to 14. All right, so far so good. I'm gonna try to hold this thing to 14 on ES.
Right now about my alpha trade. I just knew I shouldn't have been sized, which is why I didn't size. And I'm happy where I got out, but I do wish, like, the part of me. We're not getting the price out.
I'm trying to take this to like 14, yo.
He's not even there, bro. He's there, but not there.
Who's that, me?
No, LMP.
Oh, I'm trying to take this shit to like 14, yo, but we might get a bounce at the lows.
This darn headset be auto muting. I hate that.
So, my question is, have you ever seen a dead body from a car accident?
Yeah.
You have?
Yo, you see this shit, Cash? I mean, Jazz?
Yeah, I'm keeping it, bro.
Fucking laser. Bitch ass fuckers. Man, you only got one contract. Guys, I think that's about 1R right there. You can take profit at that 1R. We were only risking 4, right? So 43 to 38. So that's where the bounce comes in at. I'm holding this thing to like 14, so I'm not even going to pay attention to this trade. What you call it are in. NQ is holding. Son of a bitch. I'm in ES at 38. I clipped the hell out of that bump that I was waiting for. But I didn't get anything out on that down move. So I'm trying to hold this to 14, stopping out at 43. Previous swing high.
AMD got a nice little rip going to it. AMD's been a beauty recently. It'll like flush, catch a bid and rip. Like, what the fuck? Google actually has a very nice base over 109, low key, bro. I might take a stab at that. I might take a stab at Google here. It's on their VWAP. If it can hold 109, actually, that might be worth. Jesus, is the person alive?
I don't know. They had to extricate him. I don't know which. I think they extricated him. You see the car like wrapped around a tree?
Yeah, but what the fuck?
That one, the roof was cut off when I got there, so I think they extricated him out of.
All right, real quick, YouTube. If they give you the 1R and you see like major bounce down there, we could get a possible bounce that we don't necessarily want to be in. We're up nice now, but you know I'm going for a bigger play, 5R. So I'm in this, but looks like we're back down to your 1R area. Let's see what ends up happening. Yeah, nice. Oh man, this is like fucking with my Tesla trade though. Not even checking that shit. Yeah, I should have been exited that shit when we had that 14% pop. Is marked at 33? You're kidding. Oh. Just don't make a higher low, because that's no good, baby. Alright, man. I'm about to go off this chart. We joined the party. We just gotta let time take its course. We're either gonna stop out or get paid. Damn, they can't change this 5 minute. And we have purple condition on the 15 minute, which means the bears are weak. We need them to get back into a red, and that thing could trigger. Whee! You see this fucking surge? Market just surged.
I remember when I lived in Tampa, there was a story about this old guy who was driving a motorcycle, and it happened. I kid you, because I live like near the highway. I live like right near it. And this old guy, he was on his bike, and I don't know if he was drunk driving. I don't know what it was, but he thought that, and it literally like the highway sign, you know, because when you turn in, you know, you get the roads where you know, it's basically like an exit, and it tells other people like this is basically an exit, do not enter. Well, the guy went through the do not enter to the freeway and immediately crashed and died. And I only know about the story because I had to get up for work in the morning, and they blocked out all of 275. They blocked it all out because of that one accident where the guy got out. And it took me like, I think I actually called off for work because I was like, listen, bro, I'm stuck in traffic for like an hour and 30. I was like, listen, I'm not gonna, because I'm the type of person where if I'm late to work, I just don't show up. Like, I like to be early to work, and if I'm late to work, I'm not showing up. Like, if I'm 5 minutes late, 10 minutes, I'm not showing up, because no matter what, they're gonna chalk you up, right? They're gonna fucking, oh, you were late, you know? So I'm like, bro, I might as well just take the whole day off if you're gonna do that. So, you know, if I was ever late to work, I just called off the whole day. And that was one of the times where I just called off the whole day because I was stuck in traffic for like an hour and 30. And you know, I'm in Tampa, so, you know, rush hour, I mean, you live in Jacksonville, so you know as well what rush hour is. You know, when people are going to work, like, let's give it 7 to 9, like around that time frame, I mean, it's jam-packed, even without an accident. So when there is an accident, bruh, I was like, nah, I'm out of here. But I ended up turning on the news or whatever. I got an alert on my phone, and it ended up being like an old man dying because he went through the do not enter, you know, side of the exit and crashed directly with a person. Yeah, that was not the whole shit. Yeah. I seen some gnarly crashes, like real nasty ones, from, you know, just driving home. I used to work the one time I was working like 11 to 7s, and there was some nasty, you know, type of crashes, and I'm just like, bro, what the fuck? Like, you can tell like someone probably died, like, in those crashes, and it always happens on 75, 275. That's where you see the nasty ones at. It's crazy. I don't like that shit. Like I would hate to go out like that. Fucking car accident, bro.
Especially the ones that like it was a dude not long ago got in an accident on the interstate. Actually, it's been 2 of them I worked like that. It was a whole family got into an accident. Car catches on fire and they can't get out, and people just hear them in the car screaming like, "Help me get out!"
That's traumatizing, bro.
Yeah,
That is way traumatizing, bro. I don't know. I'd have to seek a therapist.
yeah. To actually just like it was a doctor. This was maybe about 2 months ago. On the interstate, car caught on fire and couldn't break the windows, couldn't open the doors. That's like the worst way I would want to go.
Isn't it scary though to break the window during a fire? Because wouldn't the fire expand through the air?
Not usually, because it's already got kind of oxygen in there. But at that point, you're just trying to get out.
Yeah,
That's why they kind of tell you, yeah, keep something in there to break your window.
Do you keep something like that?
Heck, in my work truck I do, not in my personal vehicle, which is crazy. But I'm in my work truck more than I'm in my personal vehicle.
You know what makes me nervous is you know, when I went to Jacksonville, you have that bridge that you have to cross over with water underneath, the big bridge.
Jacksonville got 7 of them, but it's probably the Buckman Bridge. Was it low and then it goes high?
Yeah, so it's the one that's like right before the stadium.
Oh nah, that's probably the Matthews Bridge then.
Yeah, the one by the stadium, bro. I always have this fear, like if someone fucks up and you steer off and you trying to hit the ledge and you end up in the water, like that shit's scary, bro. You know, drowning's fucking terrible, bro.
Yeah, nah, the Buckman Bridge, that's the one I thought you were talking about. That's like leading you into somewhat into Jacksonville. Now that one had 3 cars go over the side because it's low for maybe a mile and then it starts going up. But yeah, maybe about a month and a half ago, somebody got pushed over the side and died.
Have you been on is it called the Sky Bridge? The bridge in Tampa, the St. Pete. Have you been on that?
Yeah, like the Causeway Bridge.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. I don't like going on that either, bro. They actually have to, you know, every winter they have to close it out for a couple of days due to black ice. They close that shit out completely.
Yes, that's
it happens every year.
Afraid of is that black ice.
Yeah, just don't drive on that shit when it's cold. Avoid that. But they usually let it be known, and you'll always see like one police car there. They'll always have like one police car that's just like stationed there to let people know like, hey, this is closed. Like, if you're not paying attention to the news, bozo. That's what they no for real. They'll put a cop and the cop will be like, yo, you're not getting on this. You're not. They always have a cop. Like whenever there's black ice, they always have a cop station there on both sides.
Oh boy. Let's go, Tesla. Chill out, MES.
You still over there in trades, man?
No, I'm sitting out. I'm like,
I can't stop out until they hit my stop. I can't stop out until they hit my stop, Brody.
I ain't mad at you. That's the way to trade it.
Yeah, damn that.
Yo, that Google entry would have been sick from 109. I'm tripping. I should have took that.
I actually just got my second entry. They go to 43.25. This trade is over. The market is bullish as shit right now in the 5-minute, but the 15 and the 1 hour is bearish. So if these things could just kick in.
What market are you looking at though?
Oh, ES.
Yes.
Yeah, we over. We found
what hour is
negative 1,000.
The 1 hour looks good. We got that strong wick up, but I think the issue is that like you have the NQ at 13,300 basically right now. You have SPY at previous day's lows, and I don't really know where ES currently. I guess it's previous day lows, right? Yeah, it's about previous day lows. Just a little bit above it. I don't know. I think tomorrow and Thursday and Friday are probably gonna be the best days. Thursdays is probably gonna be the best days because Evan's not here, so the market knows that. But yeah, I think we're probably gonna get some good moves tomorrow and the following day.
it. I can't. You should just, I don't know. No, it won't be legal. I was about to say, you should, like, take a fucking camera and then, like, record, like, the shit that you be seeing. But you can't do that, I'm pretty sure. And, like, just commentate over it and be like, yo, disastrous crashes. Type shit. You could probably take pictures of shit like that and, like, sell it to news outlets, can't you?
What's that?
Like, the crashes that you see and shit.
Oh, yeah, like Nightcrawler.
Yeah, like Nike. Yeah, exactly. Yo, right? That movie's good as hell. That was probably one of Jake Gyllenhaal's best movies.
Yeah, I had to do it anonymously.
But damn, man,
All right, guys. I just averaged in. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Make sure. Yeah. So I averaged in up there at 41. They hit me and then just basically came back down. I wanted 2 contracts. I took one at this high. I'm like clipping the friggin' highs right now. That's crazy. I took one at that high, just took another one there. So it basically brought my average to 39. I don't plan on going above this line at all. I don't even really want to test this market's patience or upward momentum. So we are stopping out right there, so 43. 43.25. So now my average is at 39. We move this up a little bit. Okay, move that up a little bit. And there's nothing else we can do. So let's go chill. My God, just keep going for fuck's sake. All right, so both contracts are green now. Up decent on the trade. Not really a 1-hour trade yet though, so let's see what happens. We basically need them to change, and this isn't looking good because the 15-minute kind of is flirting with bullish right now. If they can get below this level, it can be a good sign, but they definitely flirting with the possible bullish flip on the 15-minute, which would give us a double threat. But right now we have a macro double threat to the downside, so that's all I'm banking on below. Yep, so we got below a little bit. We need them to keep going, create alert. Jazz, check that out, bro. That's the platform I'm using. Fuck. That means Tesla got rocked. Son of a bitch. Oh, man. Had another shot to get out of Tesla when it was up there. You see the entries on that? Jazz, you there?
Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, my bad. I didn't know you were talking to me.
Yeah, you see the entry on that?
Yeah, on Tesla.
No, on the picture I just sent. Son of a bitch. The shit went right back up to 70 something. This is that previous swing high. Damn, man. Why the fuck does it feel like I got a 0 day on Tesla, the way that shit is melting? Kaylee got married? Holy crap, congrats, Kaylee.
like best.
You see that, Jazz?
Yeah, bro, this fucking price action is crazy.
No, I'm talking about the entries on that picture, bro. I can get
Oh
it.
no, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, I see them.
Fucking insane. I took the longs down there just to test whether or not my buttons was working, and if I'd have stayed, you know, to see if we break the highs, that would have been the play for the upside swing. But I got out immediately once I realized it was working, because you know, I just have this short sentiment. Okay, that 15-minute is printing a friggin' supply line there. We need that, bro. We need that, bro. And I hope they don't just break above it on some like freak shit, but anyways, those entries, bro, is sick. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, and the plan is if they break the swing high of the previous swing, it's a wrap for this trade. So I need you guys to bust a move. Bust a motherfucking move. Bulls now are bouncing off of a bullish money zone on the 5-minute, guys. 15-minute is above the money zone, so hopefully they don't flip this trend. 1 hour, we're still below it. And the next 1 hour starts in 6 minutes. Oh God. Let's go check the fucking ADUSD. $ ADUSD. Jeez. Oh man, the ad is pumping up. Motherfucker. That looks very different from this morning.
No way.
Or he protecting somebody else that can't defend themselves.
Yeah, like you can't just be doing that 'cause the dude's going around asking for people food probably in an annoying way. You just don't go out there choking anybody. But
My thing was that didn't nobody on the subway like intervene? Like, all right, dude, let him go. He can pass out.
everyone's a bystander, right? People are quick to pull out their phones and do it for social media.
For anything else.
Yeah, like they'll pull out their phone, they'll watch somebody get choked out or whatever, and they'll just have a phone in the guy's face instead of helping out. That's fucking the era we're living in. Nobody helps anybody out. They'd rather be a bystander than get views off of them.
Yeah. I was watching a clip somebody sent me of some people fighting on the golf course. And old dude filming, like, we're gonna be on World Star.
Oh
Like,
my
dude,
God.
what you know about World Star?
The crazy shit on golf courses in Florida is when you see like two alligators fighting on a golf.
Let me see what I could say to them. So guys, looks like the ad, right, is constantly just making higher lows on this uptrend, upward rotation. All right. it's probably not the best thing to kind of want to see when you're in some shorts. We do want violence to come in like that time. Hopefully we get some big candles to the downside. Right now it looks pretty just buying, just like it's just slowly chopping up, right, along that trend line. If they could break it, we might be in good shape, but this thing is just holding every single pullback. So that's that.
Attack. They don't have their eyes out. They're all the way at the bottom of that thing. And then they just strike out. Yeah, they just strike out. But yeah, like I live basically on a golf course at my other house in Tampa, and we had a lake, and there was multiple alligators in there, and we used to see them sunbathing. They never bothered anybody, bro. Like, you can walk by them, and you know, in Florida, you know, Evan, if you come to Florida and you see a bunch of turtles, just know there's an alligator in that lake. Like, there's an alligator most likely in every lake, but if you're seeing a bunch of turtles, for some reason, turtles and alligators go like hand in hand. So if you see a lake with turtles in it, just know that there's probably 3 or 4 alligators in that shit.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about turtles and alligators, but they have like a weird relationship where like you're legitimately. I went to a spring, and there was turtles on top of an alligator. So, you know, I'm not even joking. Like, they go hand in hand. So if you come to Florida and you see a turtle and you're like, oh, cute little turtle on the side, you know, don't go up to the turtle. Like, if it's at the edge of a lake, because chances are there might be a fucking alligator there. So they go hand in hand. And I don't know if you know that, LMD, but turtles and alligators go hand in hand.
If you see water, assume it's
yeah, in Florida, 100%. You know what's crazy is Florida has me, because you know not all lakes, right, in the United States have gators, right? Because you know they're what is it, cold-blooded? So like when you go up north and you go to like New Hampshire or Connecticut or whatever, and you go to a lake, there's not gators. But since I'm from Florida, I wouldn't feel comfortable swimming in those lakes, just due to the fact that I'm from Florida and I know that there's fucking usually gators in the lake. So you kind of have that thing going on. This is crazy. Wow, Matt made a nice little move. Plus VWAP and surge up.
What get me are those areas that's near brackish water where an ocean is, and you see like gators and crocodiles coming out of the ocean. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's fucking animals crazy, bro. But people are stupid at the end of the day. People are dumb. If you're coming to Florida, bro, and you're out there hanging around at the edge of a lake, a river, whatever, no matter what body of water you're in, just assume there's an alligator.
Yeah, we were beach fishing down in Florida, and we had a massive shark on the line, and people were swimming out to the shark, and we had to like yell at them to like get back.
Oh yeah, because the craziest people, what Charlemagne the God says? He says the craziest people live in all of Florida and the Bronx. That's what he says, and it's true. Craziest people live in. That's why I was telling my some people I stream with when I play Fortnite or whatever. That, you know, I was telling them like, you know, when you come to Florida, because there's some people from Chicago that I talk to, and you know they think like Chicago's the baddest city, but I'm like, listen, bro, like Florida's not bad, you know, in terms of like gang violence.
Yo, Jazz.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
About to get up off this.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Just hit me up later, man. I'll be here.
For sure.
All right, bro. Call me later, man.
Which one would you mesh? She's.
VWAP right there.
Yeah, it looks like the market's kind of getting grindy a bit. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I think today might be just like a nice like sit out type of day. I don't know. Like I took that one Apple trade. I don't know if I want to place another trade really.
Yeah, I'm flying tomorrow, so I won't be trading. So you're welcome.
We're gonna get some moves tomorrow, guys. Just be prepared. Everyone, be prepared for tomorrow, dude. It's about to be a crazy day.
That's right. Take some calls at the end of today. Just swing it.
Oh, show. Well, I don't know about that, bro, because CPI comes out 8:30, so I'm not.
Right.
But damn. You said you're flying out early, right?
Yeah, my flight leaves at 6.
6. What time do you get here? It's like a 2-hour flight, right?
I have a layover in Baltimore. And then I'll be there around 10 something, I think.
Isn't Baltimore like further away?
Baltimore's Chicago, right?
No, Baltimore's in Maryland.
Oh, right. Wow. I don't know what I'm thinking.
Yo, what? All right, bro. All right, dude.
Baltimore's on the way down. It's
on the way down? Okay.
Yeah, it's like right by Washington, D.C.
I was like, what the heck?
I don't know where I pulled that out from. But yeah, then from there down to West Palm.
Damn, bro.
And I'll be driving back through Jacksonville on the way back up.
Oh, so you're 100% gonna have to cross the bridge that I was talking about.
Your cousin is your nephew moving back up north?
Oh, he's just coming back for just summer break. He goes to college in Palm Beach Atlantic.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're just driving back. Although he wants to leave at like 5 o'clock in the evening.
Hell no, bro. That's a work time. What day?
Saturday, I think.
Well, that's not gonna be bad because it's a weekend. I thought you were talking about on a weekday. I'm like, bro, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. Well, it's like last time we did it, we left in the morning. And, you know, we left at like 3 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning, and then we got there at like 3 o'clock in the morning the next day. Mm-hmm. But this time, you know, we'll probably be getting home around like 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. So I'll be awake for like 32 hours.
You guys aren't making no stops?
Nope.
Damn.
I'm just going the way through, yeah.
Yo, Meta just gave it all back, by the way. All of it.
Bro, I'm sitting here waiting for this fucking ad.
Oh, wow. That's a nasty 5-minute candle. It surged all the way up just to come all. This is an engulfing red candle right now. If it closes under.
Bro, this grind up has been sick. Freaking ad is just, money's just flowing in. This is the first red candle in like a long time.
That's nasty on Meta, dude.
Let's see if we get a downward rotation. They just keep buying at the friggin' 5-minute 90 MA though.
I'm gonna see if Vince got into anything right now.
You out of Apple, right?
Oh yeah, I've been out of Apple. Yeah, he I thought so. He got into Google.
What, he posted on his Instagram?
Yeah.
Vince or Nate?
Vince.
He on YouTube? I mean on Twitter?
No, he's on Instagram. I go up because he always shows his P&L on Instagram.
What's his Instagram name?
I think it's just the option trader.
Option trader?
Mm-hmm. I think it's on the _ option trader. Something like that.
Damn, Google gave it all back.
Yeah. Seems like it.
Oh, Jesus.
They got like a green, like a little red and green picture.
His picture should be. Let me pull it up. Let me give you his thing. Hold on.
Pop up, bro.
It's options. My fault. Options insider. So it's options_insider. And it should be blue. Should be a black and blue logo.
Got it.
Oh, I think I follow that guy. Options insider. Let me see.
He's good. I like him. I think he's a good he's a good person to learn off of. If you're someone who wants to learn like macro technical analysis, I think you know, he put me on it. Like, you know, when I was trading, I wasn't really looking at macro levels. I would just trade kind of the intraday levels. But you know, it was a big level up when I started incorporating his macro ideas. Because what it really does is it prevents you from trading subpar setups. If you know that things aren't in like key areas, it's like on an intraday, it's like you know what names not to touch. I think he's been someone to I definitely learned a bit from that kind of style in terms of just macro understanding of technicals.
This fucking thing does not want to come down, bro.
Because I had been watching them for a while, but I never did really start using those until you mentioned it, that you was using them. I was like, let me check that out. Yeah, and it does help when you can mark out a whole zone. Because I would just put price levels for everything.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. And then instead of that, it's just like you might as well just use the macro move. And then what it really does, honestly, is it just prevents you from taking, like I said, subpar setups. Because there's a lot of times where like yesterday, for instance, there was nothing in supply and demand areas, right? There was just nothing there. And at least for me, you can trade the intraday price action, sure.
Fucking finally.
But I like to really wait.
If this candle gets bought up, bro.
Video that I think would help a lot of people. Even if you don't do price levels, just use the price levels from the previous day. Mm-hmm. Like if you don't want to even go out like a week or so out, just look at what the stock was doing the previous day and look at those pivots.
Yep.
And if a lot of people did that, it was going to help them not take some trades. So yeah, he always putting out some decent little nuggets here and there.
All right, we finally got the 15-minute supply line to confirm up here. If this candle gets bought up, it would be that double top play that I would love to short something on, but I need y'all to just go V-shape down. What do you call a V-shape to the downside?
A V-shape. It's the same thing. It's just V-shape to the downside.
Holy fuck! You see this? Holy breaking.
Yeah, there's no other real verbiage behind it. It's just V-shaped.
Finally. Yeah, I need them to break lows.
I guess you can say inverse V-shape, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess, right?
Yeah, I guess that could be the term, but either way, I think it's just V-shaped. Just V-shaped. You would just enhance on it, so V-shaped to the downside.
That's why I call head and shoulders either way. Even though I do hear people saying like an inverse head and shoulders. I just look at them both as...
Yeah, when you said it today, I'm like an inverse, right? Because like what I'm looking at is not a normal... Like AMD's a head and shoulders right now. This is a good head and shoulders. So this is like what a head and shoulders is supposed to look like. When you showed the other one, I was like... I think it was... What did you say? Was it NVIDIA? Yeah, I was like, you mean an inverse? Because like that one actually... That matters. Because a head and shoulders bearish, but an inverse is bullish.
I'll be right back. All right, guys, if you need to take profit because we don't want to establish a higher low, that would be a good idea. We are at least 1 R on that trade, right? That's more like a good 1 point something R. I'm going to hold on and see if we can go to target. So let's see what happens. That was a lot of volume, though, which could get bought up like yesterday.
That you learn when you're really trading in the zone is that you understand that you might see a pattern, but he says it in the book that it only takes one player to ruin that pattern. All you need is one person who has some size to literally kill an ABCD pattern. So like it could be making that higher lows, and then somebody just sells the whole position. You get that huge flush, the engulfing candle there, just ruins the whole trade.
They're buying this shit back, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, and they doing it just because to ruin the pattern.
Yep.
Which is crazy when you think about it. It could be one person or one institution saying, "Nope, let's trap all these people."
Well, because they know. I mean, you have to assume that when you trade, you're dealing with people much smarter than you. You know, you're dealing with people with like double masters, you know, shit like that. Maybe 2 doctorates and stuff. Like, like, bro, you're for real, deadass. You're trading against elites, right? Especially when you trade big cap. You're not trading versus stupid people. You know, it's not. This ain't pink sheets when you trade big cap. So when placing a trade, it's like you have to understand. That's why they say like just follow the trend or follow the money, because if you don't, you know, you're gonna probably get shit on by someone who's 10 times smarter than you and me. And I'm not saying necessarily you, but I'm just saying like in general, just smart ass people.
It's 36 level, bro. It's not.
Plus, I like listening to the old chat with traders. When you listen to a lot of those older guys, especially guys that like gamble and gambled with an edge, mainly playing blackjack, and they were like able to read cards and stuff like that, and you just listen to their mindset. You like, yeah, your ass was a genius. You just not a genius that went to school.
Yeah.
Because my experience, it was like 2 old dudes. Both of them were like blackjack players. They done got kicked out of all of these different casinos back in the day, and like they linked up. And he was like, "Yeah, I played cards with him for just a little while, just long enough to kind of learn his system."
Holy shit!
But that's all his market is.
Right back up,
dude. A couple of people just long enough to pick up their system.
That's all you need, right? All you need to do is realistically, all you need is a system that's proving you an edge. Once you find that edge, you know, trading becomes much more simpler, and then you can scale into it, right? So like once you develop that edge, all you have to do is scale into it. And I think you know, a lot of times, man, you know, you heard me say it multiple times this week. Subpar setups. You know, there's every day the market moves, right? So there's endless opportunities every day, right? But how do you distinguish what a subpar setup is versus an A+ setup, or a setup that actually is really doing something? You know, I think that's really important. Once you can identify what a subpar setup is versus what a good setup is, and mind you, you know, setups is perspective, right? What might align with me might not align with Spark. What might not align with you, as in LMD, or Evan, even though Evan's trying to copy my style. Which, one thing I can respect about what Evan's doing today and what he did yesterday, well, Evan, you kind of fucked up yesterday on the Microsoft trade, but
yeah.
But what today you haven't placed any trades, right?
Oh no, I did.
What you traded?
I traded that SPY higher low over the VWAP.
Did it work?
No, I had too tight of a stop. It was, yeah, I should have had a wider, but
damn it, man, I was gonna give you credit today. But one thing that I've really you know, come to terms is it's understanding that me personally, I can't trade every day. I can't put size on every day because I'm not getting my A+ setups every day in this market. It's just not happening. Like, and the thing is when you look back, yeah, you can see like Apple, for instance, fighting VWAP and it lower highs. You can obviously see that. But when it's happening in front of you, you're not seeing that. You know, you're not seeing the right side of the move. All you have is the left side. And, you know, that's, to me, Apple, you know, when it was at VWAP for a short, it was a subpar setup. While now that I look at it, it's not a subpar setup. When it was formulating, it was subpar. And I think that's where my trading has enhanced. I'm not going to trade every day because I only need one trade to make my week, my 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I only need one trade, right? So I'm just going to wait.
Jesus.
And hopefully,
man, this shit is crazy. It looks like we might get stopped out of this trade at 43. You could cut your losses now. I mean, I'm just gonna let them go ahead and take me out. Bulls on the micro 5 minute, they just showed you their strength, right? Kept buying up this level down here, 43.34, 41.33. That shit closed higher. Look, we have a whole new candle on this 5 minute. 5 whole seconds, bro. And now you're showing yourself. This is insane. All right, so this 15 minute supply line up here, it just basically didn't hold anything. No water, no nothing. And this might be where it bounces now to continue to go up and squeeze the rest of the shorts out. Back to break even on this trade. There goes the squeeze bounce. Exit. Ooh. I mean, I guess it's safe to say that we're in some sort of chop. So if you want to kind of get out of this market and walk away, you could, but it's going to go somewhere.
I know what the day is. So even like right now, like I like Google for a long here, right? Because it's firming up. You know, it's basically back at its open price. So like I can like this trade, but even if I took it, it wouldn't be size. I'd probably take maybe 2 contracts in it, just so I can mitigate the risk. I don't want to go into tomorrow with a big red day, knowing that we're gonna get probably a nice move tomorrow.
Right, that makes sense.
So
yeah.
That's what you have to do as a trader, right? Your goal as a trader is to mitigate risk and get the most out of your gains.
Right.
The more you trade, the more risk you're putting on.
Yeah, I'm still like in the process of like going through all my old trades and stuff and like finding my like clean setups, like what works the best and like what's like subpar and stuff.
I think what you should do in terms of the higher low setups, because I know you said you took the higher low on SPY. I think one thing that would help you prevent yourself from taking it, because there's a lot of higher lows that happens, there's a lot of like ABCD things and stuff like that, is just look at what the following day is going to be, right? Look up the news for the following day. If you know we have CPI, PPI, FOMC, maybe Joe Biden speaking, which who really gives a fuck? I think pay attention to what happens the following day, because you know, a lot of times if you're basing it off of a higher low, like you trade off of a higher low, if the following day has market shifting news, that original low that you had is probably going to get retested again. So it's probably best to just sit on hands and wait. Or if there's no news, right? If you see that there's no news coming out, then you can play at a higher low, you know, because then it's not market shifting news. The market doesn't know, you know, what's coming next type of thing. So I don't know. That's just my thought process. But then again, everyone trades different. And me, I have, you know, I have a sixth sense on the market, and I like to utilize that intuition. A lot of people don't. Yeah, a lot of people don't know how to build that intuition, and it's not building it. It's just being in the game long enough to understand it. And then once you're able to do that, you know, you can kind of get these intuitive kind of thoughts that prevent you from making a mistake that you shouldn't have made, basically.
Yeah, Mark Douglas talks about that, how like the left and right side of our brains, like one's like the follow the edge, stay disciplined, and then one's the one's the creative side, that intuition kind of that feeling you get.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks about finding the balance between those two.
He said that in the book?
Yeah.
Bro, I need to reread that book because I don't remember that.
Yeah, it's a solid book. I'm probably maybe halfway.
I read it twice. I didn't even realize he talks about that.
Yeah, I can give you the chapter if you want. What page it's on?
If you want, I'll definitely reread that because that's very interesting because I use both of those things to my advantage, man. I really do. I use my intuition and my technical levels to really hone in, and that's why I've been so hands off recently. Like I have not been as active trading as probably like I was 2 weeks ago. And especially because I know I'm trying to put, when you're trying to put 20, 30, 40 contracts on, you're not trying to take a subpar setup because if you take a C plus setup or a 60% win rate type of setup, like you can take a big fucking loss.
I think that's where I'm kind of at right now. I feel like I'm trading. That's why I'm trying to divine my edge so much because I feel like I'm trading off more so intuition. Like I feel like my brain's picking up on constantly watching these charts, and so I have an idea of where it's going to go, but I'm also wrong. Intuition.
Well, technicals are not that difficult either, right? Your lines are. I don't know if you want to end up sharing your lines later on today on some of these names. I've told you that if you've ever needed, any assistance on drawing macros, we've talked about it before, but you can at me and LMD, and we go over it. We've gone all over it every single time, even on weekends. I'm not on weekends. I might be late, to send you something because I'm out. But whenever you feel like you have something and you want somebody to look over it, you can always add me and LMD, and we always respond.
Right. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I gotta get back into it. I'm planning on redrawing some of my zones.
Yeah,
probably misspeak. Which I don't. They've been too off lately.
No, they haven't. They've been relatively like how mine look, but it's using those, right? Like you have to be able to utilize those areas as well.
Yeah. Like so I had a zone from like 411 to 410.75. So I shouldn't even call this zone. Honestly, I could probably just toss a line in there.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, my line, I literally have a line at 411.70, and we only wicked over it really once.
Right.
It's not even the rectangle box. It's just a price target line, and we haven't gone over it like that. So it's like, just utilize me and LMD. I don't know if Spark does the macro analysis like we do, because I know he trades more futures, but you should definitely, as someone who's new, you should be using LMD and me as much as you can, just to try to at least, because everyone's different, right? Like you don't trade my exact style, because if you traded my exact style, you would take these same exact trades as me. While I have seen how you trade, and it reminds me of how I trade, you just trade it at a different time than I would trade it. Like you take those higher low setups when I wouldn't, because I have that intuitive, the market's not going to do what it needs to do on a day like today, knowing big news is tomorrow. Or FOMC's coming out, so I'm gonna take a step back and let these levels really play out, while you just hop in a trade because you see something forming and it's not really forming the way that it should be or how it should be based on the news that might be coming out, right? So you take the same setups as I do, and I see them. I think, what was it, yesterday or the day before, I think it was Monday, where you took that Microsoft higher low, and I told you I seen that setup. It's a good setup. I seen it, but you can't take that setup unless the market sentiment is bullish, and it wasn't bullish. We were range bound on that day.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure why, because usually in all my setups I have defined. I always want to see the market agree. Or why? I don't know if it's just because I've been sick lately, so I'm just kind of not as disciplined.
Yeah.
But yeah, I took that, and I think that was before 10 o'clock too.
Yeah. But like I said, that setup was not a bad setup the thing that ruined that setup, and this is what LMD talked about before, and I like that LMD talks about this because he says what he does is he always talks about the I forgot what he says, but he's like, look for reasons to not be in the trade essentially. But one thing about that trade is that when you look back on it, the one thing that you should look back on is how was the overall market sentiment on that day. So when you take a higher low situation, right, you want to make sure if you're taking a higher low, you want to make sure the overall sentiment of the market is in a clear uptrend where it's also forming higher lows. If you know that NQ is at 13,300, 13,100, 13,300, 13,100, brother, we're ranging. There's no higher lows. What you want to see is 13,300, surged up, then we come back down, maybe let's just give it 13,290, then we ramp back up and we break that 13,320s, then we come back and then we test 13,300 again, and confirm that original breakout, and then you take that trend if Microsoft is agreeing with that, right? And that's how you add multiple things. And I know it's a lot to ask for because you're kind of you're waiting for the unicorn, right? You're trying to find that pitch perfect, and sometimes you're not going to get that, right? We know that, but it's better to wait for that than be in a situation where the overall market's range bound and you assume that Microsoft is holding a higher low. It's giving you conflicting, kind of things. But for that trade, like I said, it was a good trade. The timing was off on it. It wasn't the right day to go for that type of trade. And like I said, I seen what you seen, and I like the trade. I like that you try to go for it for the long because the setup was good, and I think it was above VWAP too.
It was holding that higher low above VWAP.
Yeah, so it's a good trade. Just didn't work based on overall sentiment.
Right. Yeah, I found that when the individual names look good and the market's still moving down, it'll still bring that name down too.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I think I talked about it on Monday, right? Like I was like, was it Monday or Tuesday? I can't remember, but I was like, dude, we have individual names moving up while the market is moving down. And I'm like, I want everything to be together. I want to see Apple moving up, Microsoft moving up, Tesla moving up, Google moving up, and then overall markets moving up. I don't want to see maybe one or two names moving up, market coming down and other names going down, especially names in the same sector. So like if you're seeing Microsoft go up and Apple going down and then NQ's going down, what the fuck? What's happening? Or even worse, imagine if Apple's going up, Microsoft's going down, or vice versa, and then the Nasdaq's in a fucking 100-point range. What's happening? That's three different things that are going on in the market.
Right.
Make trading easier. Make trading easier. And that doesn't mean like... Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
Yesterday you said make trading easier by like being more picky with your trades, right? By taking less trades.
Exactly.
Yeah. I like that.
I think the way you do that though is by continuing to do what you're doing in terms of working on your setups. You only take take wild trades if you don't have something that you're looking for, right? Like I will not take a reversal trade, but unless I see X. I only take a trend trade unless I see X. If I don't see that, I'm off the market. But I don't, you know what I mean? Like I think that's the only way that you really do that. Otherwise, you probably feel like a lot of things. Oh, there goes that spike. Bulls are here. Let me get in. And then they're like, you get in at a bad place or whatever. But working on that edge, also defining how you enter based on whatever reason that you create, whatever rules, is also a good thing too. I mean, I don't know how you entered the trade today that made you kind of like, come out. But I think if you reverse engineer your trades and also see that, oh shit, I was right on this trade. What did I need to do? Maybe ask yourself that question. Because time is another factor in this market that either we have time for it or we don't. I've been in this trade since freaking 10:20, bro, and they took me for a ride, bro. Like a ride. I got my move, they took it back. I got my move again, they took it back. I just got the power move at 11:10, didn't get out. They took it back, and I'm not leaving this trade until like friggin' 41.43 gets hit. And if it does, it does. But I'm trying to take this thing to like 14. And that's just because I have my levels, right? Like you guys spoke about levels earlier too. And the reason why I'm defending this level up here is because if you look at ES on a 15-minute, we have a supply line now. But before that supply line came up, we had a 43 supply line. So I was trying, when we were talking earlier about the market going up, and I said, if they hit that 43 level, I'm shorting SPY, right? Like, which I think is like the 411 on SPY. Bro, I was trying to put the order in on Trader Day, and for whatever reason, it just didn't go through.
It didn't order,
Yeah, which is fine. You know, I probably would have been done with the day if I caught that trade, because that was a mean fall. But yeah, I mean, it's just, I think, defining why I'm in.
I also wanted to add into something you said there that I think is important, because when you get into a trade, you have your risk and your reward, and you let that be what it is. And I'm me and LMD had this conversation when we went really back and forth, like pretty heavy, when we were talking about your plan. I know you remember that day, Spark.
Yeah.
One thing that ironically Nate talked about today in his Sunday scan, or not today, but on Sunday, he had stated how he gets in a trade, and when he's wrong, it's not due to, while I do have a risk, obviously, I always have a number that's my risk and a number that's my reward. But the way that Nate trades is I'm a disciple of that. So he says something that, and you've heard me say it before, but what I do in my trades is I gauge how the trade is reacting when I get into it. And what I mean by that is I might have my set risk and my set reward, but if the trade isn't doing what I thought it was going to do, I'm out of the trade. Regardless of if it hits my stop or not. I can be 20 cents away from my stop, but if it is not moving how I thought it was originally going to move, why am I going to spend an additional 20 cents trying to figure that out? So, and that's the way that, and it's all based on strategies and how people perceive what they do. Like you have your stop and your reward. For me, my stop is dependent on, I have that original stop, right? Because you have to have the original stop. If you don't have that original stop, you're gonna get blown by if it doesn't go in your favor. But I also have that kind of thing that prevents me from being in your situation, because I don't like your situation where you'll be in a trade and it's not kind of doing anything, and you're stuck waiting. And it's if that suits you, it suits you. I'm not saying that your style's wrong at all. But I don't want to be stuck in an hour, 2-hour trade where I'm not getting my risk, I'm not getting my reward, nothing's being tapped. I'd rather just call the trade what it is and scratch out. And that's one thing that I do. So when I get into a trade, I'm actually analyzing. While I do have my reward, like I said before, I'm not gonna fight 3 cents. If I know that we're starting to have difficulties for the reward spot, I'm not fighting for 3 additional cents. I'm gonna take it completely off. And then same way if even if the stock is going down, and maybe my risk is 20 cents, but I'm at 7 cents, and I feel like there might be a flush coming, or I feel like the market's getting heavy, or just something's off about the trade, I get out. I'm not gonna wait an additional 13 cents to find that out.
So I'm just not. I completely agree and hear that. If I was messing, so when I first started trading, I was messing with size, right? I didn't know any difference. I didn't know any better. Buying freaking 1,000 shares, 500 shares, and just kind of letting trades last too long. If you messing with size, you don't have the luxury of really doing what I'm doing, where I can put a 20-point or a 10-point stop on ES. Because I'm only taking 2 contracts. The market is only going to take $60 from me on this trade. That's it.
Exactly.
But if I win, it's a $240 plus trade. So, and then what I find is the data, again, I only really look at data, shows that I'm a victim of time. Once you put your money in this market, it's going to take its time to do whatever the hell it's going to do. 90% of the time, it goes to hit the fucking target without violating the swing high rule. So it's the trade, it's how much size you put on that influences your emotion to get out of the trade, is what my journey kind of discovered. So for me, it was, yo, wait a minute. If I just could risk $60 but make $300, $200, that's
Yeah, you're
easy,
getting sick RR out of it.
right? Like it's easy.
Yeah.
But if I'm putting up $1,000 to $2,000 and immediately the trade goes against me and I'm down 150 to $200, my emotions kick in and I can't exit the trade. So I can't.
Yeah.
I had to pivot and adjust that kind of situation, and that's where I like everyone says trading is personal. So with my edge, it was just all right. Well, I know the market. I with high probability can get into trades where I can, like right now I'm green and I can walk. But tomorrow, the market will eat this little chump change that I'm making. You know, because I'm willing to lose 60 every time, or 80 on a MNQ trade.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like one of those things where you have to figure out your sweet spot in terms of size.
Exactly.
And I love size trading, bro. Trust me, but I can't handle when that shit goes against me, and I can't play a 10 cent, or 20 cent stop. I just feel like the market would just keep taking my money. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, you trade. You see, I trade for the most part individual names.
Right.
I mean, I've traded SPY, and SPY moves like a stock. It's an ETF, but it moves like a stock. Like when we're talking about the NQs and the ES, we're talking about that shit's moving by the tens of points, right?
Right. It's moving like 50 points, 200.
You can't trade that by the cents. You have to trade that by the points.
But even with SPY, I think like you said, it trades like a stock. So for me, I find that $1 gets eaten up on SPY really quickly. And if I made $1 my freaking stop,
of course, bro.
Right. If I made $1 my stop on size, I'm gonna get crushed. So and I know the market's gonna bounce or reject.
The time frame that you're looking at it in. So like you might be using the 15-minute chart, whereas like Vega might be using a 1-minute chart.
1 and 5.
Yeah. So but so like 10 or 20 cents are like minute movements on a 1-minute chart.
Yep.
Whereas on a 15-minute chart, a 10-cent move is like, that's gonna kill you. So your stop has to be bigger because you're using that higher time frame.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what because we've talked about this multiple times, and there's just no right or wrong answer to trading. It's where do you end up being comfortable with how you're trading? Where are you finding the most edge when you're trading? And when I find my most edge is when I'm intuitively with the market. So my mind is thinking, what does the market want to do? Mind you, you never know what it's going to do, right? Like, I don't know what the fuck dude, we can get a big move today, but I don't think we are. So I use my intuition with my technicals together. Some people just use technicals. Some people use, when you trade options, like you got the fucking condor, iron condor, butterfly, spreads, so there's so many different ways and nuances to trading, and some people are strictly technical, some people are just fundamental. So there's so many ways, but me, I like to try to be one kind of with the market. I like to feel the emotions. Like, what is the emotion behind the market? Because it's people trading, right? There's obviously algos, but the algos have emotions too. When FOMC happens, fucking madness, right? The dude doesn't even step on the podium, and it's just going crazy. So there's, even the algos have emotions. So that's what I like to bring in with my technicals. I like to bring the emotional side to trading, with it. And you hear me mention it earlier when I was talking about SPY and how it had flushed on one of the moves. But I wanted that flush earlier because I wanted people to feel uncomfortable. In a flush, I know would have made people feel very uncomfortable. Stop the paper hands out and rip it back up. I'm good at reading that type of price action, which is why I took the Apple trade that I nailed, right? I knew that we were near the lows. People are getting real uncomfortable, ramp right back up, and I'm good at that. I'm good at kind of sensing where are people not feeling good at. And I utilize that, to my advantage with the technicals behind it.
Like we know that LMD had called it, and he had called the lows yesterday, right? Or yesterday's lows was like 172.11, and I think the lows today is 172.13 as of right now. Do you think that's do you think that that's shocking me? Absolutely not. You know, what's the chances, right? We get 2 cents away from the lows and then we catch a bid. Like what?
Marksman, the type of trader that you want to be, like, I think at the end of the day, we're all talking about like finding your trade DNA.
Exactly.
If I asked you that question, like, do you? I mean, and I can narrow the answers down to these 2 things. Do you want to be a trader that stays in the market for a long time, or you want to be a scalper? And I don't mean like long months or weeks or nothing like that. Like, you're gonna give it some hours, or you want to scout?
Yeah. Do you want to be a day trader or a scalper? is essentially. But,
right.
Yeah, probably shoot for probably the bigger picture, kind of like S&B Capital type stuff, like the bigger move.
They have a lot of different strategies. Like, those guys are complex with options. Some of those guys are massive whale scalpers, right? Like, and they choose based on the RVOL, what they're gonna do with a stock. So they're multiverse when it comes to trading. Like they'll average in on a trade because they know it's a whale trade. You know what I'm saying?
I think you just mean like the mindset side of it. Like SMB. So you have, this is how I look at it. You have like live traders style trading, where it's somewhat cut and dry. You see a pattern, you put your entry, your stop, your target.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You'll use news, but you don't need news. Like live traders don't really use the news. All live trader strategy looks for is a stock that's gapping up or gapping down. And then you might peek at the news just to see why it's gapping up or gapping down. But that's like with me, I really don't pay much mind to the news. I just want to know that the stock is gapping up to a certain level or gapping down. Then you have like Nate's style of trading, where you get a little bit more technical with it. You start breaking down the candles a little bit more, looking more at where they're soaking up and where they're
basing and
like flushing. And then you got SMB, where SMB is looking at the news. They got a quandary of things they looking at.
Yeah, they got a bunch of shit.
They got multi like dimensional ways of trading. So
yeah,
I mean, and even if you thought about that, like, what kind of trader do you think you want to be? Like, do you mind sitting in front of a chart with a lot of risk?
Now, that's what I was gonna say about Evan though. Evan is more. We all technical. Everybody's technical because that's what we look at on the technical side of it. But Evan is more, and we always struggle. We always struggle to think of the word one. So we didn't have this conversation, I don't know how many times. He's more, what word would you use, Vega?
Like kind of like black and white with
He's
but not so much that you like that's it.
Yeah, analytical.
You're very analytical.
For sure.
So that's what, and I think that's why you like SMB, because SMB is very analytical in their trading.
I think that's cool. It's just, like we know analysis paralysis is a real thing, which is fine. I just, like, you can be over analytical for a long-term trade, or you can be over analytical for a short-term trade. What I'm trying to get you to kind of like see is that you're either a size trader in this market, or you're a trader that puts up very little risk for whatever bigger reward. The size trader cannot stay in a trade very long.
You have to. But that's also the thing, right? Because I think that, and this is based on how I trade, and you hear me talk about it all the time, it just depends on the day that we're in, right? And the way I trade is I can establish what type of day what day I think we're gonna have, right? I can establish what day I think we are gonna have. If I think we're gonna consolidate, why am I gonna put 30 contracts on? Now, if LND's talking about, the ad's over 2,000 and we have that trend day, that is when I'm adding that size. So I think that you kind of, I trade like a chameleon. I trade with what the market is capable of presenting me, and I accept it, right? I accept what the market's going to present me with the emotions I have, reading, kind of, what I think the emotions are behind the market and the trends that it's showing me.
Yeah.
That's how I trade. I'm a chameleon trade because I have no problem adding in size and staying in the trade and scaling out of it and scaling up in it as long as we're in a trend. It's very difficult to do that, today and yesterday, because where the fuck are we going, bro? We have news coming. We have huge news on Wednesday and Thursday. CPI, PPI.
Here's what I mean. On Friday, I think we had the massive blow up to the upside. That was the trend day, right? And the only way to get into that market is a pullback if you can identify whatever pullback you want to take. So there's 5-minute pullbacks, there's 15-minute pullbacks, there's 1 hour pullbacks. They never gave you a 1 hour pullback. I think the most they gave was a 15-minute, because we actually talked about, I think you got into an Apple trade for the bounce.
I got in on SPY. On that day. I made a killer. I had the 15 contract SPY trade.
So if you're going with size on a 5-minute pullback, but the market decides to go to the 15-minute, that could be an extra 80 cents. It could be an extra $1. So what I'm saying is, if you're a size trader and you cannot stomach more than a 15-cent pullback and you get in on a 5-minute zone, whatever that rule is, right, for your 5-minute entry, and they decide to go to 15, you just stopped out because you have to. You don't know if that 80 cents is going to bounce back.
But I think it's all, when you say size, it's all relative.
Relative, exactly.
It's relative to your experience. It's relative to your strategy. Because I always relate to somebody like Jared over at Live Traders. Like, he risks the same amount every single trade.
Yep.
That's his strategy. So he might risk $1,000 per trade to make $2,000, because in his strategy it's 2 to 1 on everything.
Yeah, so when I think size, I'm thinking about your account size. A person with a $5,000 account could risk, $2,000 to $3,000 in size. That's ludicrous because that's more than 50% of your portfolio. But he could risk that. Yeah. Now, if your portfolio is only 1,000, you're not risking size. You can't buy that many contracts, right?
You cannot.
You just can't. So it is relative, but I think it really just depends on your portfolio and, again, like the DNA of the trader that you want to be. Now, if your portfolio,
I think it also, and I'm sorry for cutting you off. I think it's also your experience, right? Because you hear about, for instance, you hear about some of these traders. I know Ross has done it. Jack Kellogg's doing it.
That dude's taking 7 cents, right? Ross, he'll take 10 cents, no problem, because he's putting up 35 grand.
Yeah, but but
that's his strategy.
Right.
But that's not his thing. And then he's trading on. Sometimes he's trading on like a 30-second.
Right.
He's trading on like TikTok. Yeah. To where 10 cents is the meat of the move that he needs out of it.
Exactly.
But that's not what I was gonna say. Is just to get to my point really quick. What I was gonna say is it also depends on the experience of the trader and how they're gonna risk, because you have really experienced traders that what they do is they end up opening an account that's a small account to show people that once you gain the experience, doesn't matter what size your account is. For instance, I'm an experienced trader and I funded my options account, and you guys know that I was in between whether I wanted to put 12,500 or 6,000. I was like, well, I'm already experienced, so I might as well just put the lesser because I'm gonna be able to make whatever. So I was like, I'm just gonna do the 6,000. And then I can size in on a $4,000 or $5,000 position in options because I know I'm not going to lose $4,000 or $5,000 on that position. I know I'm not.
Exactly.
You have to be a degenerate, right? You have to kind of be a degen to post that type of, like, I'm putting basically 65 to 70% of my money in any given play, but that's not my risk. I'm probably risking 10% of that. So if I'm in an options contract with 4,000. I'm probably risking 400 on that.
Wait, Reagan, how much you said you started the account with? 12 or 6?
6.
All right, so with 6, if you wanted to do a size trade, you would put up how much?
I usually put up about 4,000.
All right, so you're putting up over 50% of your portfolio on that trade, but you're not going to lose 50%. You're going to lose about 10% of that, right? So that if we reverse engineer that entire strategy, you already have a built-in, I'm only losing 10 to 15 cents on this. You cannot give the market 50 cent room. So you have to be a real scalper, taking your edge wherever, whatever it is, and only taking that edge if the loss is 15 cents. If you're wrong. Now, that's how you could trade size.
I don't call that a scalper though. I just call that trading your strategy.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily scalping.
Well, you have a scalping strategy, or if you said for example, you know what, I'm only gonna trade $200, whatever amount of shares or contracts that gives you. Yeah, you can give that thing $3 worth of room, and then an hour later, just because you had that room, you're no longer a scalper. You let the market play around in that level, shoot away from that level. And now it paid you almost probably what you would have gotten if you scalped 20 to 30 cents.
I don't. Here's the thing. Like it's complicated to justify how I trade, because we talked about this before. My R's aren't the same as your guys' R's, because when I get into a trade, you seen it when I got into Apple. I don't know if you were in the call when I got into Apple, but my risk was like 10 cents. And I ended up making like 40 cents on it. Like not on the contracts, but like on the from the price range. So whatever equivalent that was. But that's kind of where it's at. Like that's where I'm at. I understand where bases are, I understand where soaking is, I understand how things kind of move, and I'm willing to kind of take that risk. I'm not a scalper in terms of, I get in 1 second, I'm out the next second. I was in the Apple trade for maybe like 7 minutes or so. So for me, a scalp is like a 2-3 minute play. A day trade is a little bit longer. But the reason why I got out was because Apple didn't agree with what I was feeling, right? I kept noticing that we were kind of getting those, and that's what I mean by making those adjustments, right? I'm not the trader that you are, where you'll be in a position for a long time until like either hits your reward or your stop. I'm analyzing my trade throughout, and as I'm analyzing it, I told LMD, we need to see 56. We got to 56, boom, slammed right under. And I was like, okay, I see that. We ramped right back up, got to 56, and I got out. I got out immediately because I know there's a high chance 56 is going to fail to follow through. And VWAP, ironically, right now is at 57, right? So that's what I mean by like, I have like this 6 cents on price action. By the way, Apple is fading amazingly right now. And so is the market.
Everything is.
Yeah, that's looking sick. Your trade must be looking real good right now.
Yeah, I'm lit, bro. It's just, it has to break lows, bro. I don't even know if I have it in me to take another swing up. But I don't know. I think I still hear a scalper kind of trader in you, though, bro.
I can assure you the way that I trade, while it looks like I'm scalping, first of all, I was in small size, so I'm not gonna risk, some, because if I stood in this trade, right, and I try to play for like, a VWAP kiss or high a day, I'd be stopped out. You know what I'm saying? Right. I'm constantly analyzing my trades, and the thing is when I get scaled, I know I'm scaling in because I know today's supposed to be a trend day, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then I'll let it work. But while I'm letting it work, I am scaling out. It's the IU way, it's the way that I formulated, or I didn't formulate, Nate formulated, and I've kind of managed to make it my own. And that's how I trade. If you want to call it a scalp because I'm not in the trade for an hour and I don't let it hit, my target and my stop, sure, you can call it a scalp. I wouldn't call it a scalp because I picture a scalp what Ross and RT does. Those are scalps to me.
Yeah, I mean, they're micros.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I think the scalp is you get in the trade and you know that it doesn't have a big move to it, and you playing it for the move that it gives you.
Yeah, I think that scalpers are people who like instant gratification. The moment they go green on a surge, they're out. I don't do that. I don't do that unless there's a level. Then I get out.
Yeah, you can scalp. I think. All right, so there's a 1 hour trader, and more than likely he's like getting into the day trade territory. But a scalp can last longer than 10 minutes. It can be a 20-minute scalp. The point is that every leg that they give you that you're right, you're scaling out, right? Because it's something that it's a leg, and that's you scalping the market. Versus a target trader who's not, I got so many legs to this downside, I still didn't take anything out. So I'm pushing more into like the day trader type of realm, but I would scalp out if I hit R1. So I'm still a target kind of trader, where I'm letting the market do whatever it does in the middle, and I'm trying to, my entries are insane, but I relatively didn't see too much drawdown, and I had a level to stop out, 43. They never went up there. They had got as high as like maybe 42. And then now I'm back green crazy. So again, like it depends on the style of trader. And as far as me analyzing mid-market and micromanaging the trade, I would have been out of this trade. Like just on the first 3 legs that they gave me, I would have been out of this trade. Only to potentially see them go hit target. And if that happens, I find myself always saying, man, I'm leaving so much meat on a table. Which is fine, right? It's fine, because the difference is, had I gone in with size, bro, one of them legs, I would have been at the beach right now, right? Like, you don't need to stay in for this long. So I think a scalper's mentality is, I don't even want to stay in this market this long, and I don't want to subject my risk to market conditions. I want to take advantage of the momentum in the direction that it's currently going, based on whatever edge that you have, and you're going to take the profit that it gives you once you're right. But yeah, that could take more than 10 minutes, right? Like it could take a little while for them to base out and give you this swing, where you might never even see that 10-cent loss, because all they did was just keep consolidating sideways for an entire hour, and then finally you get your move and you're like, I'm out of here. So yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't call that a scalp though, because for me, almost by definition, trading an hourly chart can't be a scalp.
Well, you didn't go in trading the hourly chart. You tried to trade a zone, and you wanted the pop to happen. But we've seen this where, I mean, how many times have we seen that it doesn't break a level, but you got in down there risking 10 cents, and all they did was kind of pop up, maybe 10, 20 cents, 15 cents, came back down, tested your entry, went back up. And they do that for an entire hour. You still in a trade, and you're looking for the scalp of 20, 30, 40 cents, whatever that may be. But you're not letting the thing go up to the moon. You're just looking for that pop out of that zone. But they didn't, for whatever reason, hit your stop in an entire hour. So you could say to yourself, you know what, I've been in this trade for an hour. They're not hitting my stop. I'm only getting 10 cents. And Vega would probably say, you know what, this isn't going to work. I'm out. And then it ends up working or not working, whatever that may be. But the consolidations for hours sometimes are, I mean, we've seen it happen. It's crazy in this market.
And I think it just comes on that though. It just comes down to your definition of what a scalp is, like how we said. I think that's what it comes down to, and everybody's definition is going to be a little bit different as to how they define it.
So by definition of, like, say, Investopedia or something like that, it's like scalping is a day trading technique where an investor buys or sells an individual stock multiple times throughout the day. The goal of the scalp is not to make an enormous profit with each individual trade they make, but rather to make a small profit over many little trades. So, again, you're going with size, you get a nice pop, you come out, and your risk is always less than the potential profit that you make on that scalp. They didn't really incorporate time into this, but we do know that, like, a scalper's not trying to stay in the market all day. He's trying to get in, out, and kind of make those plays kind of work. And that's why it requires some level of precision, where he's only taking a base and out kind of condition, right? And that's his edge, because he knows what he wants to see next. And if the market, for whatever reason, breaks that 10 cent, all right, cool. My size is, like, you don't scalp with one contract. You're not going to see anything. You're going to see me like, what, $5, $6, $7? Does that make sense? But if you scalp with 100 and that same exact move happened, you're walking out of there with 1,000 and change. And that's why Ross is so, he's like, I don't care. I'll take 7, 10 cents. He's going with
but I don't think the size is what makes it scalping though. Because I'll scalp one contract. if I'm just looking for get in and get a quick pop out of it.
Okay,
because that might be what my account can handle.
That's fair. That's fair. I think you're right in terms of saying that it doesn't necessarily mean like whether you buy one or two contract. You can be a scalper with one contract. When it comes to the P&L, I think you're very, very disciplined, like crazy, bro, to like stop out at 10 cents, right? And you're scalping 20 cents, 30 cents out of the move, right? I think I've at least noticed that about you, LMD, in your trading. Like, you will stop the fuck out on a contract if it does not perform the way you want it to perform. So yeah, I would say that you can scalp one or two contracts, but I think the real, and this could be just, you know, my bias in terms of when it pays. If you were a scalper and you took 1,000 contracts, you don't need to stay in the move long. You just needed to go in the direction for a very short time. And when you see 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 on the screen, you don't need to stay in there. Whereas a person that buys one contract can still scalp, but he's not pulling out anything out of the market that the market won't take from him whenever he just lets his discipline kind of fade. That one time is all it takes sometimes, you know. But
and that's where we keep saying I think it depends on like your experience and then on what your account can handle. So somebody like Ross, he might be trading out of, let's say, a $250,000 account to where him taking 10,000 shares is equivalent to a new trader taking 10 shares. And that's something that like that Live Traders always preaches on, because people will say, like, I can't trade big name stocks in a small account.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't trade big cap stocks in a small account. And his thing is, as a new trader, let's say that you're looking at Apple, and Apple, this particular trade has $1 range in it. So your stop is going to be $1.
Look at this.
And you need 2 to 1 out of it. So you need it to go $2. And let's just say Apple is trading at $150 right now, or XYZ trade stock is trading at $150.
Mm-hmm.
So for Jared to take that trade, and he's risking $1,000, he needs 1,000 shares because the stop is $1. But you as a new trader, and you shouldn't be risking no more than $10 per trade. If it has $1 stop, now you need to buy 10 shares, because if this goes against you $1, you're going to lose $10. So if the stock is trading at 150, now that trade, it only costs you $1,500. So you can take that same trade that he's taking in a small account. And that's why I say it's all relative to, because at the end of the day, the profit percent gonna be the same, right?
Yeah, in terms of percent, yeah.
If the trade goes 2 to 1 and we both take that trade, Jared takes it with his $1,000 risk and I take it with my $10 risk, and we both get out at the same exact spot, 2 to 1. It's at 150. We needed to go to 152. We got our hard target in the system. We made the same P&L.
Percent-wise.
Right. Exactly. And that's what we should look at. That was one thing that what was his name? Old Coop. Like, he would never put his P&L. He always put his P&L percent. Mm-hmm. Because with a P&L percent, you could scale that. Like, I can take what I look to make on a trade and scale it, and then easily know if I took that same trade, how much I would have made on it.
Guys, I'm taking one off the table right here. We're getting a lot of buying pressure on the ad. Go ahead.
No, but I'm saying, so that's how I look at it. So even though, let's say Ross is got 10,000 shares on it and he's scalping it, I could be taking that same trade with 10 shares and it's a scalp for me as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But at some point, right, Would you agree?
In the same strategy, we're looking for the same target out of it.
Yeah. Would you agree that 10 cents on one share is probably not even worth the risk?
But again, you are a new trader usually when you're only getting one share.
Yeah, I hear you. But in terms of how this market moves,
point, the experience is worth it. This is the same thing that we talk about with Evan, because Evan's risk might be $1 per trade. He risking $1 or $2 per trade. So I wouldn't say that it's not worth it, because again, it's the experience that you're getting from it. So now, let's say you did that for 6 months, you profitable. Now, instead of one share, now you taking 5 shares. And then 6 months later, you can build up, and now you can go 10 shares. And then that's where scaling in comes in. That's where, as your account grows, you kind of scale into it. But for me, what I done found is it's more than the money.
Right.
It's the psychology behind it. And it's the same thing that you talked about when you said if you had X amount of contracts on the line and you see it goes against you, and you quick to get out of it, instead of like actually trading what the pattern is telling you that you should trade. So, and that's why for me, people are like, well, you should like increase your risk, blah, blah, blah. For me, I'm comfortable with what I make every day, but also I know how my mentality is. So if I take 2 contracts and I'm risking $10 per contract, trade goes against me, I'm gonna lose $20.
Mm-hmm.
I take that same trade with, instead of 2, now I'm gonna take 20. So now, if it goes against me, I'm gonna lose 200 on that trade. But I'm so used to seeing the trade go against me and I lose 20, to where now, let's say the trade only goes against me half.
Yeah.
And now I'm down $100. And now I'm like, well, dang, I'm really down. But am I really down? I'm not.
Right.
Because I still got a whole nother $100 that I should be letting this trade work against me before I even would stop out on the trade. But those are the times where you let your mind get the best of you, and you like, well, let me just
the P&L get the best of you.
Huh?
You're letting the P&L be what controls your trade.
But that's because your mind looking at it like,
exactly.
Dang it, man, I got to get out of this thing. And for a lot of people, I think that's more to a lot of people when they go to scale up to their detriment. Because it's always, and it's crazy, it's always the first time you scale up is the time that the trade goes against you instantly.
And that's why you've heard me always say, when I scale up, I wait for the A+ setup every time. I don't trade anything scaled. We've talked about this so many times in here. When I scale up, I wait a very long time until I see an A+ setup, because I want to make sure that when I scale up, my first trade, I want there to actually be, mind you, let's say you have a setup that works 80% of the time. It can be that one-off time where you're losing the 20%. But I like those odds. And I think something that's also important is, like, when you go ahead and size up, I think one thing that's very important is telling yourself in the trade and accepting in the trade that if you're going to scale from 2 contracts to 20 contracts, you have to tell yourself that you're comfortable with losing $200. If we're going to use that set risk that LMD was talking about, you have to accept in your mind you're going to lose $200. If you're going in there and you're placing a trade and you think, oh, I'm just going to scale up, but you haven't accepted the $200 loss yet, you shouldn't be placing that trade, regardless. You have to be able, when you scale up, you have to be able to tell yourself, I'm comfortable here. I know that I have risk on the line. If I lose, it's $200. And you have to tell yourself that. Because if you do not, you're going to be surprised by the P&L. You might end up being like a deer in the headlights. And when your stop comes, if you don't have a hard stop, I don't use hard stops. So when your stop comes you might be deer in the headlight type of moment, and you're like just staring at your P&L because you're surprised it's $200, and then it flushes again, and now it's 250, flushes again, 300, and now you're sitting there like, what the fuck? You know, how did this get out of hand? And it's because you were standing there like a deer in the headlight, not knowing what you were actually willing to lose on the trade. When you scale up, that is the first thing you should do before a trade. You need to understand that, hey, I'm 20 contracts in now. I need to be comfortable losing 200 instead of 20. And that is the end of discussion. It's all about getting your mindset right to be comfortable in that trade. Accepting the risk, accepting that there is a chance you're going to lose no matter what percentage it is that your play's on, because there's nothing that works 100%. So and I think that's a key thing in terms of sizing up, is accepting that now, well, listen, the same market that takes is the same market that gives, right? If this market's going to take $200, it's the same market that can give you $200, $400, $600, $800, $1,000. It's the same market. And that's where that conversation is, because it shouldn't be P&L, this and that. You have to prepare yourself mentally for that size up. If you don't, I'm telling you, you're gonna have a deer in the headlights moment. This is for any trader. It doesn't matter how good you are, because you know you can only size up so much depending on liquidity. Let's just face it. But when you get like real advanced, you know, that's what you have to pay attention to, and you have to accept it. You just have to accept that when you size up.
Based on what LMD was saying, right? And I think this is where I want to head in terms of my career as a trader. You guys always hear me say I only have 3 setups. I barely ever take the push or the flush play. I only take a reversal play and a trend money zone pullback, which was today's play, by the way, a 1 hour kind of money zone target, and just waiting for that to kick in. Those are my A+, B+ setups. And I will take those no matter what, and just let the time, right, the data through time kind of dictate whether I'm profitable or not. And I've already done that test. So if the answer is yes, you will be profitable as long as you execute the right way, then I'm going to take those every single time I see them, right? And kind of just let the market do what it did just now. If I can do that and get disciplined enough to not veer off the track, it wouldn't matter what size I take as long as I'm comfortable, just like you said, with the loss.
Whether or not you're losing.
Right.
Yeah.
So like, let's say right now I'm only giving the market anywhere between $60 on a MES trade, $80 on an MNQ trade. If I move that up to say 200 because my account now has grown to that condition where I could risk 200, I'm looking to make anywhere between $400 to $800 on the other side. You know, right? So, and as long as I've been doing this and I keep doing what I'm doing with those same strategies, then it should work out, right? And that's, I think, where we all want to get to. Does my edge work? And if it does, how do I do this every day with discipline? And I think if you reverse engineer how much you're willing to lose, you can become a better, kind of trader, because you're okay with the loss. You have to get okay with the loss. That's one thing that's hard.
You have to be a graceful loser in this game.
Yeah, you just have to get to that level where, all right, because this trade was, I'm all out, by the way, down there. I got stopped out on my last one. I didn't want to give him a chance to get the surge because I saw the ad do something weird. But yeah, and look, that might have been a premature exit. Took it for almost just 2R. I think it was 1.7 or something like that. But that's good enough for me. And I want to kind of work on that strategy too, maybe not take the second runner out and just kind of put it at break even. And if the market goes back up there, then, whatever. It is what it is. But given the fact that, and I think this is where your hindsight kind of thing comes into play. The market is chopping like a motherfucker. It can't break the level down here. And I'm seeing a 5-minute demand line form right here, actually. So maybe that's why that ad came in like that. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe I should have left that runner for, the probability of continuing to go down. But I'm okay with the trade now, right? I'm satisfied.
Just real quick, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but no one knows. You hear me talk about, when I say I have this intuition and shit, I'm not trying to say I know I just have a feeling, right? We can absolutely fade the rest of the day, give back, whatever the fuck. We could close out at 13,100 if news comes out, of some sort of bombing on U.S. or because you don't fucking know what's happening. Tensions are so high everywhere. So, I can absolutely be wrong, but it's formulating that bias. And just to really get back to what the conversation was about prior is, because the original question was, Marshman, what type of trader you want to be?
Right.
I don't want to veer off that too much because that was the original question, and I don't think we had a proper answer because I know he said SMB and then we went on a rant.
Right.
But that's what Evan needs to find out what he wants to be. Because if he wants to trade like how I trade, you have to develop that intuitive sense because that's how Nate trades, right? Nate has that intuitive sense mixed with the technicals that makes him the trader that he is, which then developed the trader that I am, which, now I kind of have Evan under my wing, and, he's, let me hear, stop. He's seeing the things that I see, but he doesn't, as of right now, he doesn't have that intuitive backing that I have, where I know that just because something makes a lower high over VWAP, I know it's not a trade yet because overall sentiment isn't there. So just to real quick, just because I know he said SMB, so Evan, really quick, just like what type of trader are you trying to be? Are you trying to be that scalper, the person who plays for a position for a certain amount of time, the R&R, like the way the Spark trades, where there's just a set risk, reward, walk away from your desk, whatever hits. So
yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, I guess I definitely like the bigger picture kind of moves. I'm definitely not a scalper. I've tried that before. It's just a little too fast paced for me. I like to capture, the meat of the move. But I do like aside from that, I do like the risk management style of like live traders and LMD. It's kind of like a combination between those two, where it's like more of a defined like risk management based on like ours, but then also like your style playing those levels and capturing those bigger picture moves, I guess. I don't know if that kind of helps, but
I get what you're trying to do. You just have to, if you're gonna trade like that, you have to merge it somehow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think you're saying the same kind. Like, you are that type of trader where you have set risks and rewards, right? Like, you have your 10-cent stop or your 20-cent stop that often gets hit, or you say it's too tight, and you're also getting in for reasons that Vega would get in. So, like, you're using strategy, aka edge, with a blend of risk rewards, right? Like, it doesn't matter where the market moves from your entry. You're only going to lose X, but the reason why you got in was because of the edge.
Right, yeah,
so you're doing I think what you're saying, blending the two together and making sure that but I guess after discovering that you don't really want to scout, you're putting whatever your risk is. And all right, let me ask this question: is your risk only 10 cent because you're feeling like you're going in with size?
No, so I base my my risk based off of how much. So I don't always use like a 10-cent, 20-cent stop loss.
Okay.
I play like the levels and stuff. So usually it's like the very next level, or let's say like it's basing out at VWAP, like a higher lower VWAP. I'll put my stop loss at like the next level below VWAP. That way, if it breaks below VWAP and then fails underneath it, then I'm stopping out.
Okay.
So yeah, I just base my risk off that. So if it's like 20 cents, I'll use 5 shares. If it's 25 cents, I'll use 4 shares. 15 cents, like 7 shares, something like that.
Oh, that's fire.
Yeah, so he sizes
according to the risk,
according to what he's willing to lose.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of my risk management style.
Shit,
that sounds lit to me. That sounds great to me.
Yeah, it is good, but when you like I said, when you trade some of these big cap names, I think that it's very important, especially trading big cap, to really see what the macro markets are doing and how they're moving, because it's real easy to be like, oh, Apple's trending up, NQ's trending down, ES is trending down, and then you end up thinking that Apple's gonna go higher when it just hit a spot of resistance, due to the NQ now flushing and stuff like that. So like it, that's what you have to use the other names, man. You have to use the other names. You have to, it takes time to gain the intuition, especially like the intuition that Nate might have. It takes time to get there. You have to be in the market long enough to understand how things move and why they move and how candles move in general. So that's time consuming, and you only get that with time. But like I said, you're on the right path, and I've said this a lot of times. I just think that you need to do better with establishing what the day is gonna entail, what the day is. For instance, here's what I know, and this is what I've seen from several CPIs and PPIs. We've talked about it before, so it's gonna sound like a broken record. On CPI days and PPI days, this is what usually happens, mainly on CPI days, because it comes before PPI. What ends up happening on CPI days, from what I've noticed, is we'll either get a trend to the upside, where we're ramping, and then somewhere in the afternoon, we start bleeding. Now, why are we bleeding? Well, the answer is that the following day, we have another important news to come out, which is PPI. So while CPI gives you that initial move, it's going to, for the most part, pull back, and we're going to wait to see what PPI does. And if PPI is also good or bad with CPI, then you're going to get the real move. But for the most part, when CPI comes out, we end up fading or ramping, and then we end up coming back because we have to set up for the next news day. And that's what I've noticed, and it's happened maybe 2 or 3 CPIs in a row where that same kind of thing happens. So if intuitively, if history repeats itself, right, it's not guaranteed that tomorrow it's going to repeat itself, right? It's not guaranteed, but you can have that thesis behind you that helps develop how you want to trade the following day. And that is how I use my intuition. I don't claim I know exactly what the market's going to do. I do claim that based on historical patterns, CPI will rip or flush, depending, right? We don't know how CPI is going to come out. I'm not going to take the fucking guess and tell you, right? But based on price action, we either rip or we flush, and then we build up for the following day's PPI. And then Friday's when you get the real move, right? You get the real move on Friday, whether we end up trending or free fall Fridays. So, and that's what I just know based off historical price action on these days. And that's how I use my intuition. So it's not I know what the market's going to do. I just have a bias that this might happen. And I can be totally wrong, but at least I'm prepared. And I think that's really what's important, is being prepared for the following day. And that's how I get prepared, based on news and maybe levels and stuff like that. I build this intuitive kind of backing that I have, and I do that. So just so you guys can really grasp how is it that I'm able to form the type of theses that I'm able to form, just based off of historical price action and stuff like that, if that makes sense. And I hope it does, but that's where you kind of want to get if you're trying to trade the Nate style. Like I think a big part of trading that Nate style is building that intuitive, sentiment mindset, where if a certain price level is hitting with news and stuff like that, maybe it's a reversal, maybe it's a ramp up, you're reading price action with the whatever news articles are coming out and stuff like that. I think it's really important.
Yeah, for sure. I always look at the news and stuff. I think it's just well, would you say it's something that just comes with time, just kind of getting a feel for how they play out? Exactly.
It's something that, this is not something that you pick up in a year or two. Intuition like that is not something and you pick up in 2 years. It's just not. You can pick up technical analysis, you could pick up fairly easy because it's drawing lines, drawing ascending triangles, descending triangles, understanding ABCD patterns, whatever the case may be, maybe certain areas, SOAKs, whatever, VWAP, it's price action with technicals. So it's not the most complicated thing to learn. The complicated part is the psychology in trading. That's the most complicated. It's psychology. And if you wanted to go the intuitive route where you kind of build the emotion of the sentiment of trading, that is also difficult. And that only comes with time. Psychology comes with time, and intuitive thinking comes with time in the market. Both of those things. You can't come into the market and be psychologically ready on your first trade. It's not gonna happen. The moment you fucking, I don't know if you guys, for some reason, you know, when people place their first trade and they're green, fucking heart's pounding, you're going crazy. And that's how I know you haven't built that psychology, right? Like it's your first trade. You don't really know anything. You're off adrenaline, you know, and you know, so I hope that kind of helps. I hope that it makes kind of sense on the way that I'm explaining what my Nate's trading style kind of is. Because I just don't want it to be like, I don't want you to feel like it's impossible because it takes time to learn, because it's not. If I know it and Nate knows it and several of his other students know it, you know, it's not like it's not the most complicated thing, because you're not stupid, right? No one's dumb in here. It just takes time. It just takes time to develop what that is.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think I just need to work on just like developing my edge around that. Because I've taken plenty of trades now with your style.
And they're good. And you've heard me say they're all good trades. The timing was just off.
Yeah. So those are things I just need to just go back, define, and just kind of like tweak out a bit. And just adjust, I guess.
Do you have the data on the stops yet?
Yeah. I have, so I have the type of stop loss I use, and then how much of a stop I used. Yeah. And
meaning like the reason for creating this stop. So like you said, if you take a trade where things is basing out above VWAP, you would put your stop a little bit below VWAP. And how do you measure the like what that stop is going to be? Is it a previous swing low? Is it just a little bit below VWAP?
It just depends on the trade. Which that's where I feel like
basing as well.
Yeah. I feel like that's another part. I feel like a lot of my trades right now are more so, you know, I don't know what my edge is yet, so I'm looking for it. So my entries and my stops are all a bit different, just depending on each trade. So that's something I definitely still have to keep working on, just to make it more systematic.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of just working on the trade that you would take where you believe that a price action that bases above VWAP is an edge, right? It's a reason for you to go into a trade. Is that, or is there other factors like, well, it also depends on how NQ is moving, how the market is, yada, yada, yada?
Yeah, that's how it usually was. I know I screwed up yesterday with that. But yeah, I usually wait for like the NQ and the ES to, you know, move in. I should say the SPY and QQ, that's what I use.
Okay.
To move in the same kind of direction, or if they're both coming at support while a stock I'm looking at is basing.
Okay, so you won't just take a price action that's basing above VWAP. You would only do that if QQQ and SPY is also basing or starting to move in the same direction.
Yeah. Like for example, I took like a long in Apple. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. But I was watching it for like an hour and a half, and it kept moving down. It was still kind of basing out, but you know, it was still kind of forming that bearish wedge.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I don't want to take it yet because the SPY and the QQQ are both moving down.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as they both kind of bounced and they created that higher low, I took that higher low on Apple, and that worked really well when everything kind of like aligned right there.
Okay. All right, so those are your rules. Let's just say, I don't know what you would call that play, but basing out above VWAP and SPY and QQQ, market sectors have to be basically going in the same direction.
Yeah, I think it's basically what I talked about. It's basically what I talked about earlier, I've talked about it multiple times every single day, actually, this week, where I want to see everything moving together. You know, I don't want to see Microsoft lagging and Apple being in the same sector ripping, and then NQ and ES fucking range bound.
Yeah.
That's three different. This market's telling you three different stories. Which story is gonna be right?
I got two questions for that case that you just kind of described. But before I get there, after you determine that you check the list on those three kind of conditions, how do you now set your stop? Right, like it sounds like it should still be the same, right? All right, we're above and we're basing above VWAP. I'm gonna put my stop a little bit below VWAP, and the market conditions are true. SPY is up, QQQ is up.
It kind of just depends on the trade and like the level. So like, for example, I know Jonathan has talked about this trade multiple times as well, where like, let's say Apple is spacing out at like, I don't know, let's just call it 100. It flushes below 100 and then gets soaked right back up. Let's say it flushes down to like 99, like, let's go with just 63, just a random number.
Yeah.
Then gets rammed like right back up and then forms a higher low. I won't set my stop loss to all the way to like the low end of that trade. Usually I'll set it to where it kind of like was holding earlier, flushed down below, but got soaked right back up to. Because I guess the thesis is if it fails that again, then it proves to itself that level isn't holding and it's going to hit like low of day anyways. That's a little more like of an anticipation type of stop loss. I feel like Jonathan can kind of explain that a little better if he kind of understands what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking. Yeah, you're just it's so his concept is let's try to see if I can find an example. Just so we can be clear.
Right.
It's not gonna be the best example because it's not gonna be, it didn't happen. I don't see it on any chart. But if you want to look at Apple and you want to pull up like the 1155 or 1156 flush candle,
am I going
I'll
down in
explain
the
kind
time
of what he
frame?
wants to see.
Am I going down below 5 minutes?
You might be able to, you want to pull up the 1 minute, honestly, because that's how you place the trade, this specific trade. You play it on the 1 minute.
All right, I'm gonna try the 2. Matter of fact, I can go to the 1. All right, cool.
Okay. All right, so at 11:56, and this is a complete hypothetical because it didn't do it, but I have Apple up, so we'll just pretend. All right, so let's say this 11:56 candle, you see how it flushed?
My
like
bad,
that?
bro. It's taking forever for my chart to load. I don't know what the hell's going on with TOS.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, just 1 second. And I got a 1 day, all right, here we go. 1 day, 1 minute. That shouldn't have taken so long. 11:56.
Okay, so you see it at 11:56 flush candle? So what you want to see is after it kind of flushes, let's say hypothetically speaking, the level was 172, right? Once it flushes below that level in the next candle, the very next candle, if it rips right back over to 172, I am taking that as a long because that is what happened in my opinion. If that happens, a flush gets soaked and rips back up. What they did was they took paper hands out the trade. They stopped everyone out. They brought new buyers in, and now they're getting shorts trapped. So we just flushed 20 cents under, right? We flushed 20 cents under that key area. And the very next candle, we are above it. We're at 172, right where we were supposed to flush at. So what I like to do is I like to put my stop right at the 171.81 level. It's very simple because that's the low of the day. So that's why I chose this because it literally says low. And what I'm doing is I'm using 171.80s now as my risk, knowing that buyer stepped in and maybe we can get that V-shaped recovery. And that's what Marksman's talking about. So if you see like, maybe you see like the NQ start to base and then you see ES base and then you see that type of move on Apple where it flushes and then soaks right back up and now we're over 172 after it was just under it, the very candle before. That means someone big stepped in, stopped people out, and now they're ready to let it go. They're ready to let this rip, V-shape it up, and get rippy. I've done this trade several times. Being in here, Marksman's seen it. LMD has been in here when it's happened, and that's what I look for. It's a very, very good setup. It's a very top tier. I wouldn't necessarily say it's A+ because you have to make sure that the next candle has volume obviously behind it, because if there's low volume, then that means it could be soaked on air.
Check out
which means that it can take it right back down.
Check out 1113 scenario. I think that's exactly what you just described.
1113. Yeah. So like that. Yeah. Sort of. Yeah.
Right. All right. Cool. So you basically established that not the previous swing low, but that swing low is your stop. And I like it, right? Like there goes a definitive rule. So like in what situation or scenario would that stop vary? I guess depending on how big the wick up is, right? Like, because the one that you described before was about 20 cents to 81 to 72. And this one here would be an entry around 30, 72, 34, and 17.
One of the things about it, and the reason why I like the other example a little bit more, and while this is kind of the move that I'm talking about, is this doesn't have that. Well, it kind of does, right? We have that. If you draw a line, you have 172.25 kind of as a base, right? You can see that we kind of touched it at 11.14, 11.15, 11.36, 11.49.50. Then we kind of we touched it again at the 11.11 mark, which I think is the flush candle, or 11.12, and then we ran back up. So, but what I want to see it do is go under that key level. So I actually want to see it under that key level, or actually let's give it like 172.15, I guess, based on the wick set, because we're working with hypotheticals, so it's real difficult because there's not a clear-cut setup for it right now. So let's give it like 10.36 and 10.49 kind of wicks. You want to see it flush under that and then ramp back over the base. So it has to base out first and flush under that base and then rip back through like no tomorrow. Like basically, like as soon as the next candle opens from the flush, it should be green and rippy.
Yeah.
It should like the offers should fucking, they should get smoked and the bid should be rippy. So, and that's what you wanna see, the base of whatever channel it was flush under and then get soaked right back up over.
Is there a trade that you took in the last couple of days?
Nah, there hasn't. I haven't seen that set up in a fucking minute, bro. I haven't, honestly. That's why, dude. If I see that setup, Evan, anyone you've seen me trade the setup, LMD. But if I see that trade, I'm on it. And unfortunately, we haven't had the last couple of days, even the last couple of weeks, we haven't really had a base out where we flush and then soak right over and get rippy. I mean, because we haven't been in that market, right? Last couple of weeks, we had the earnings and the FOMC, and then this week we have, the choppy Monday, basically choppy Tuesday, and then we have the CPI, PPI tomorrow. So who knows? But you'll see me, if the trade ever shows up and occurs, you'll see me post it. I'll definitely 100% post the actual candle and how I place the trade. I've done it so many times in here. I don't think, Spark, you've been in here when I've called it, but we haven't really been in that type of market where that plays happening often, unfortunately.
I mean, I can envision exactly what you described. So that's I think a really great feature for a trader to be able to say, all right, well, look at this, and this is what I do, right? And I see it night as day. So
I want to, because it's hypothetical, so it's really like it's really, maybe I can go back on some of my charts and charts that I've traded and find it and show you.
Yeah. No, for what I want to establish. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
For what I just wanted to establish was just like to understand the difference in the stop loss. Like, why is it so, random? And I could see why. Like, it just depends on how violent they break down and how much, and whether or not the second condition is true, whether they ramp back up and take over that level. So in the first one that you described, where you said 172, they went all the way down to like 180, 171.80s. So you would basically have a 20-cent stop there if that condition was true, and you'll enter. All right, and then the second one that we found at 11.12, that one, the high was 172.33, but the low was 172.17. So you have 27, almost 15 points on that one versus the 20 points. So now I understand why they're very different, because I think Marksman was trying to describe that it's not like this black and white.
It's not a cut and dry. Everything's a 10-20 cent stop. It's all indicative
based on that strategy.
Together off the price action.
Yeah.
Right?
Look at like the what was y'all looking at?
We were looking at Apple.
Did you look at like the 11.56?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's actually the one that we talked about.
Yeah, that's the one he was talking. But that one didn't take over though.
Yeah, exactly. So that was one of the. That's why I said the hypothetical. If it surged over. Yeah, that's why I said hypothetically speaking, you want to see it. But what it did do is it did kind of formulate like a really nice base, and it did like these higher lows. from that. So like what we got was we got a flush, and we started kind of gearing. You know, like there was you could notice 1203 kind of got so. This is hindsight, bro. So it's all bullshit. But 1203, you kind of see that green candle get soaked up. 1207 is actually the best looking candle in my opinion, because you actually have like a hammer candle here, and then if you notice, the flush candle at 1212 never breached the low wick of that 12/7 candle. And that's what I mean by, looking left, and you hear LMD saying that live trader says to the left, Beyonce. That's what I mean by, looking at the prior price action to determine what might happen in the future. If we know that a flush candle is not breaching a hammer candle that just ripped up, to me, that's bullish, because what it's doing is it might be trying to stop people out and keep gearing up. And now you kind of have like that, like we're kind of flagging up. Like if you draw like a trend line from the bottom, and just trend it, like we're like in a nice little consolidation, slow uptrend, where we're gearing. So yeah.
Yeah, I just posted a picture of like the 1 hour supply and demand lines that come up live on the chart. I don't trust the 1 minute. The 1 minute, so I would probably never take a trade off of this. But if I was a scalper and I trusted those lines, once I see that basing out that we just talked about, like say the 12 o'clock, the 11:46 or whatever, kind of 11:56 period, and you took that trade, bro, you be up nice, right? Because you basically took it from the lows of 171 to 172.
And that's how I trade.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you're going in with size and you trusting that 1 minute, supply and demand, and you kind of want to stop out a little bit below that, I think that's a fair like strategy to kind of implement. But all right, so I mean, I get the whole taking over a candle and using that as your stop, and how the variance, like you could have a 15-cent stop versus a 20-cent. And is that kind of what you would say happens if you take the price that's basing out above VWAP and SPY and QQQ is moving to, in the direction that you want? Evan, sorry.
I'm sorry, could you ask that question one more time?
So is that kind of what you meant by, if price is above VWAP and you've seen this pattern or this edge where if price is above VWAP and it's basing out, you'll take that trade as long as SPY and QQQ is going in the same direction, forming a stop, which is kind of below VWAP and the swing low of where the basing out is?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, so
kind of similar to that.
So I would just collect the data, because like you might have a solid ass edge, right? But your stop scenario is probably just not aligned with how much room you need to give that play. Every play has, like, we just went through a different kind of stop. Damn, Apple went crazy. Every play has like a different kind of stop requirement. And maybe you just like, and this is just if you ever have time and you just want to do it, but think about, all right, look, every time I try to do that kind of stop, I get stopped out 80-90% of the time. If that's true, just tweak the numbers a little bit and see if you'll gain more by just pushing the stop an extra 5 cents, an extra 10 cents, right? And now you just build that into your model and how many shares you take, because now you have to take, a 20-cent stop. So that trade should probably never let you take 5 shares or 10 shares, or, like maybe you should do 3 shares because you have to push the stop out a little bit more. And that's if you see that data. But I mean, maybe that's a little too complex for you or not. But if you're getting stopped out a lot on the edge, then it's worth reviewing the stop scenario.
Right. Yeah, I found that my stop losses usually aren't too bad. Like yesterday, what stock did I trade yesterday where I stopped out and it wasn't at the lows, but what was that? I gotta look at that real quick.
Look at this fucking Apple rip since we started talking.
Didn't you trade my? I've been like the Apple. I unfortunately didn't take it. I wanted Apple to actually get to 170, 150, but we never got there. Unfortunately, we were 30 cents away from where I wanted to enter.
Yeah, the Qs are starting to base out and get some bullish momentum. It looks like I got out at the right time on ES so far. I can't believe they're wilding on ES, bro. Sucky day.
But I'm curious. What was your question that you had in reference to like when I was saying that 3 different stories?
Oh yeah, and I said I had 2 questions.
Yeah.
Give me the stories again, real quick.
So when you're seeing Apple surge up, Microsoft coming down, being that they're in the same sector, and then the NQ and the ES range bound.
Oh, I would say like, for me, I don't need all 3 alignments, and the reason is because for me, I think the data has shown that some stocks like Tesla, it just moves on its own like accord, or like just you can name a stock. Like sometimes on that day, for whatever reason, because it has news, or it's just going parabolic because it's on crack, it's not aligned with the market yet. Because maybe the macro sectors that are heavily invested in those names are probably going the opposite way. So sometimes you might see like Nvidia go 10 points and NQ is not necessarily moving in that direction. And if you use those 2 things as as an edge to get into the market, you just missed a 10-point move. So I personally don't necessarily rely on any one. Like I literally trade every stock individually. And if I don't get the move, I don't get the move. But I'm trading SPY, and I know ES and SPY trade exactly alike. So that's not really a good kind of combination. But SPY versus, let's say, NQ or QQQs, those things can go the opposite direction if they want to. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because NQ is more with the growth in tech, while ES is like banks and everything. But the reason why, personally, well, I trade individual names, right? So the reason why I like seeing the overall market do what the name is because I can choose what's relatively strong and what's relatively weak, and I can join whatever trend it is. So that's why, like,
I've heard you say that. Yeah.
When we get like the NQ moving up, right, and we have, Apple maybe showing relative strength versus the NQ. I will take Apple to keep trying to break out.
Versus
that's why I took that Apple play on earnings. Remember when I was talking about, Apple's relatively strong and the NQ was boosting up. That's why I essentially took that trade. And that's what kind of helps me with not taking a subpar setup. Because at the end of the day, if the overall market's going up and Apple's going up relatively strong, it should work out. Because Apple is a huge chunk of the NQ, right? It's a huge chunk. Microsoft's a huge chunk. I'm not interested in things that have a mind of its own drastically, like Tesla you mentioned. Tesla is a demon. It's like the child that was not loved, right? It does whatever it wants. Like, it does not give a shit. Like, the market could be going down and it's going up, and the market could be going up. I don't want to trade that, because I know that my best setups is when everything is moving together. Everything's one with each other. And then I can choose, do I want something that's relatively strong? Do I want something that's showing me a good pattern with higher lows? Maybe it's ABCDing, so maybe it hasn't caught that strength yet. Or there was this one sick trade. LMD and Evan were here when I called it out. LMD, I'm not sure if you remember that day, but do you remember the day when Apple was lagging versus AMD, Amazon, and everything? Like, Apple was behind. And I was like, dude, Apple is lagging right now. And I longed it. And the moment I longed it, I mean, the very next minute, it surged like 60 cents on one candle. And
I will add to what you're saying, and you say it all the time. I don't know if Spark has ever been up in here. It's one thing that you don't like to trade. That you say you don't like to trade.
Tesla.
And it kind of sums up what you look for when you trade. And that's, you don't like volatility.
Yep.
And the way that, like, I'll take a trade against the market, just like how Spark will, because that's something that, like, live traders kind of teaches as well. But, and it goes to, like, how you saying you don't like to trade before 10 o'clock. It's just you don't like the volatility side of the market. You like for everything to be aligned as much as it can. And I think that's the key. That's the difference between, like, our styles of trading and like your style. Like I like the volatility. You see me take a trade at like 9:30 and 30 seconds, as long as I got a good pattern that's showing. But it's because I don't mind trading that volatility. But I don't know if Spark had ever heard you say that you don't like trading volatility.
I have. Yeah, I think for options, you'll probably find that volatility is probably good, but you also don't trade 0 days, so maybe not so much.
Yeah,
but what you said makes absolute sense to me in terms of deciding whether to go with stock A or stock B, depending on the sector, right? Like if NQ is showing strength and a certain stock isn't showing strength, and you see a possibility for stock B to kind of make the move, then hell yeah, go with stock. I mean, that shit makes absolute sense to me when you describe it that way. So I mean, I kind of like that a lot, because now you're cherry picking, like you're not just going with anything.
That's what you, and not to cut you off, because I'm not trying to be rude.
No,
but that's one of the things that I talk about in terms of like, do I want to come into a trade, and mind you, I'm good with my intuition. So do I want to come into the trading day when I have my intuition being, and let's just talk about just today, do I want to come into the trading day assuming that I should be using 30 contracts? Is today a 30 contract day? Absolutely not. We have tomorrow coming up. And not only am I using tomorrow's news coming up, but I'm also using the macro view of the markets with the individual names of the market to see whether I find a setup that I like. Mind you, look at Meta right now. Meta's ripping. You have what else is looking good? I mean, there's not really much looking good right now, but you have like Apple that slow grinded back up to VWAP. So you have moves that you could have caught from the lows, right? But is it gonna be headachless, right? Is it a headachless trade? Is it a trade that I'm going to have to, look at and stare and be like, fuck, bro, like, am I on the right side of this trade? Am I on the right side of the V, right? Am I really liking what's happening? If I'm not, then to me it's subpar. Now my subpar doesn't mean it's LMD subpar. LMD can probably like these type of trades that's happening right now, or you can like these type of trades that are happening right now.
In an Apple trade right now, I caught it super late, but I'm in one of those. I got my stop below the low of the option low of the day, and I'm risking, basically risking $18. If I put my stop at the low of the day, I'm risking 16. I put it down 2 below that, so I'm risking more than I usually would on an option contract, but it's because I like how this is kind of just slow grinding back up.
There's no volatility behind it. It's just slow, steady, going up. And that's what I liked. I should have took it. I wanted 7150s, bro. So honestly, I like the way that I had a feeling Apple was gonna do this, being news, right? We know that we just ripped down and we broke lows, and we have news tomorrow. I think I think I mentioned it earlier too, that I think we're gonna V-shape if we take. So with that being said, I just wanted 171.50s to get into the trade. It's 30 cents for my entry. So realistically, if I would have took the 80s, I have to have 30 cents of risk now, or actually a little bit more, because 50s is that line that I want to get in. I don't want to stop out where I want to get in, So, and that's when you can say, oh, well, you can downsize or whatever the case may be, but we're talking 30 cents, bro. We're talking 30. I mean, that's kind of wide. So, I can't stress it enough, but it's really cutting out subpar setups. It really is. There are just some days, and there's even some weeks where you're not gonna get the A+. And last week was one of those. I mean, but Friday was amazing. Let's just face it. Friday was great. I had a 6 buy trade, amazing trade. Or it was Thursday. I can't remember. It might have been Thursday because that's when everyone's gone or some shit. But either way, sick trade. And that's what I want to wait for. I want to wait for those opportunities, because I know that if I size into those opportunities, one, I know my losses are going to be not huge comparative to my size, right? So like if I lose, it'll be a $300 loss, which is big. But what's that to the fact that you can make 1,200 on it? You know what I'm saying? Like 900 on it. You know, so that's what I want to trade. I want to cut the bullshit, the chop. You know, I want to cut that out. The subpar setups. If you can cut that out and just focus on the setups that you like, think about how quick your P&L can grow. You're gonna be trading less, and the market's gonna look like it's gonna be boring as shit. But when those setups come up, and you take those setups, we're talking about you can exponentially grow that account, and it's just being disciplined at that point. It's being disciplined and being patient, and being psychologically ready that if you take a trade where you have a 75% chance of winning on, you know, you have to be psychologically ready that, you know, 25% of the time it might not work, and you can lose that $300, $400. But the next time it comes up, I mean, what's the chances that lightning strikes in the same spot twice? You know? So the next time it comes up, maybe you make that 1,200 and you just made back, you just 4-to-1 did, you know? And that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at in terms of my trading career right now. I'm not in the game to sit here and trade size trades every day. I'm not in the game for that. You know, I'll take a small 2-3 contracts on boring days like today. And that's what I'll do. I'll do small contracts. And then once the day shows, once we get that, what is it, the 2,000 ad or the negative 2,000 ad, whatever is trending, you know, when we get one of those days, I'm in this shit, bro. I'm going hard. I'm going hard in the paint. 30 contracts. It is what it is. I'm accepting the risk.
And see, that all, again, comes down, because that's your strategy.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you have to, like, your strategy tell you, this is a A1 setup, I gotta get it.
Yeah.
But I always say, like, relay it over there to Jared, he can have an A1 setup, he gonna still risk $1,000. He can have a B plus setup, he gonna still risk $1,000. Now, how he manages it will be different. But, and that's always how we said, that's the beauty, I think, of trading.
Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of it. That's what makes it so unique, is that everybody can go into this thing with a different canvas and paint the same picture. They paint the picture that they end of the day, your picture is that you want to make money.
Yeah.
So I mean, think about it, bro. Look how different RT style is comparative to mine, and he makes money. Like, and I mean, we're talking click, 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 click. Like,
I know my style is probably something foreign as fuck to you.
You're the PhD trader.
What's that?
I say I call you the PhD trader.
I mean, it's really just, you know, it's like like you said, everyone has like their whatever it is that got them to the point where I can make money doing this every time now, you know, and that kind of becomes your edge, and you just gotta stay disciplined, lose a little, get a lot.
Yeah, some of the craziest and funniest things is because I don't know, you know, how long, like I can't remember how long you were here, but I know that I used to make fun of LND's channels. And it's so funny though, because sometimes, you know, I'm good with drawing lines, I'm good with drawing price action. And it's funny that sometimes his channels relate to my fucking price action lines. And I mean, he has this line from fucking 1994's 1 hour chart that I didn't even fucking know existed. Yeah. And somehow it's matching up with my, let's say I draw a line on Apple. I think actually we had the same fucking idea at the 50s level, and we have completely different lines on Apple earlier. He's drawing channel lines, I'm drawing actual price action lines, and he's getting to the same price that I'm getting. And it just goes to show that, you know, we can be looking at something two different ways, but having the same outcome on the position. Just like, for instance, all of us can be in the same trade at the same exact time, and all of us have 4 different outcomes. Mm-hmm. We can be in the same exact trade. We can all go long on the same exact trade, and we will all have different outcomes.
Yeah, that's facts. I mean, it kind of depends on how you enter. It kind of depends on how you manage, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like me, when I scale into a position, I'm taking a leg off every time. You're probably waiting for the last leg, but I'm sitting here taking the meat of the move. Like if I'm in 30 contracts, the first leg up, I'm taking 10 off. Second leg up, I might take 5 off. The next leg up, I might take another half of whatever that is off, and then I have the rest running. And that's usually how I trade it.
Oh, like, trust me, if I had 30 contracts,
I'd be 30 contracts?
Yeah, I said, trust me, if I had 30 contracts on the line at risk, I'm getting out as soon as they give me a nice leg, at least 90%. And then the rest, I don't even mind.
I like getting out a third. Like, usually the very first leg up, I get out a third. So it's just that initial. Because usually the first leg on contracts is usually about 7 to 10 cents. Is usually on average for me, because I buy the I buy like the 99 cents to like $2 contracts, because those are the most liquid.
You're also buying time. I'm buying 0 days. The first leg is sending that thing up almost like 80 to 100%. So like, and you know, but the difference is if I get a micro pullback, I'm gonna lose all that like this. So I gotta sell into strength. But if I had 30 contracts on a 0 DTE, bro, I'd be eating, dude, like insane profits on something like that.
And that's essentially what I do, because I mean, think about it, 10 cents on 30 contracts, that's $300. So I'm already taking $100 off the table. That's $100 off the table. 10 contracts are being sold. I'm already $100 in the green, and everything else is gonna work. And I do have a rule, and it's a stock rule. So this is a stock trading rule. It's not an options rule. If I am up 20 cents on my position, I'm not giving those 20 cents back. I'm not. Now, I know contracts move a little bit differently, but you know, it still works for me in options land, you know, where I'm 20 cents up on a position. And the thing that I kind of like about options for some reason is when I'm up those 20 cents, I don't know if it's due to volatility or what it is. When I get those first 20 cents, even when it pulls back, for some reason, I'm still not like down on my position like that. Like, I don't know if it's because the initial move brought that volatility in, and now it's basing and holding, which means that the contracts are actually holding its value now. But like, even when it dips, I'm not losing. Like, I might lose like, let's say 2 or 3 cents on the contract, but I'm up 10 cents already, right, from the initial move. I'm still green on those contracts, even with like a nice little pullback. So I'm not sitting there stressing my position. So I don't know why these contracts, like for instance, when I was in Apple and we were pressing the lows again off of 40s when I was in that position, I was still green on my trade. And I'm sitting here like, this is fucking weird. And then we ramped up, obviously, and I got out at 56. But you know, it's just kind of my edge, and that's how I like to trade. And I think that when things move together, and I have my nice intuitive, you know, trading in its own moments, I'm killing it. And I have been killing it, and I think I'm killing it because I'm trading less.
Man, I just posted this Apple trade that I was in. Emphasis on was.
Yeah.
The first one I posted, you don't see the channel drawn on it. Right when you started talking about channels, I was like, damn it, I didn't have a channel drawn. So I snapped it again, and I drew the channel on it. Now watch, I'm out of this trade now. I took my damn stop to break even like a dummy. I'm about to snap a picture of it again. And look at this foolishness. I mean,
damn, what a 5-minute bounce. A friggin' 5-minute caused that bounce, bro. Back to highs.
What you looking at?
ES and NQ?
Yeah, they're both under or ES is above VWAP, and NQ is just under it. I gotta go use the restroom. I'll be back.
Yeah.
And I might hit up the gym in a second. So
I got 3. I posted 3 charts real quick. They're all the same one though. So the first one, I don't have my channel on the 2-minute chart.
2-minute.
And if you look at the next one, you'll see that I have it on the 2-minute chart. I stopped out when this thing came back and it touched the middle. It tapped me at the middle of the channel, which is where my stop was to break even. And then look at the last one that I posted. It tapped the bottom of my channel perfectly and ramped right back up.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just crazy.
Yeah, I was on that pullback.
Yeah. So had I just kept my stop, basically where it came back down to, let's see what was the low.
Yeah, baby.
134 and one.
You gotta
Man, so this would not have stopped me out had I took my stop to break even. I was in this contract at 133. It hit a low of 134 and bounced back up higher. Crazy. And I can see this. My thought on this, and it's just stupid, because I was only risking like $16. My thought was to just sit in this thing the rest of the afternoon and see what it's going to get up to. So I'm going to be curious to see if this is going to grind higher, which I kind of see it doing. And it's already right back up there. Man, that sucks. But that there speaks to the psychological side of trading, though. I didn't want to have a red trade, so I said, let me move my stop, not just to break even, but to like $2 in the money, so that if it stops me out, I won't lose commissions. And now I'm gonna probably watch this thing probably grind up higher the rest of the day. And we know how these stocks have been doing, to where it will probably get back up to where we started this morning at.
Look at Meta, bro.
See?
Meta is showing what the market can do right now.
Yeah, it's grinding back up, just like how I was saying that Apple, man, but it actually is killing. It's almost, it got a little bit more to get to the higher day. It's almost there. But that's what I was saying that Apple could possibly do. Just grind out the rest of the day to the higher day. And had I just stuck with my thought of, I'm risking $16 on this trade, I'm going to either stop out and lose $16, or I'm going to let this thing grind out the rest of the day and get out of it around 3:30 for whatever it is.
Yeah.
But because my psychology didn't want to have a red trade, and my psychology didn't want to lose $2 of commissions, I put my stop $2 higher than where I was in the trade at, and this thing came like literally one tick from stopping me out. So I wouldn't have gotten stopped out at break even, and now it then went right back up higher again. But that's that psychology that we speak to.
Yeah, I mean, and again, if you had taken like 100, contracts, you'd be good.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter.
Because if I would have took 10 contracts, I would have been up $100 on that trade.
Right.
On 10 contracts.
You didn't need anything
else. I could have got out of 5 contracts, locked up $50, and then took the stop to break even.
Right. Yeah, there's so many different variables to trading, but I think it's worth understanding, like, what type of trader do you want to be? Put up more risk, which means you don't have a lot more room. So you have to be like almost like a surgeon. And if you do what you just did, where you took, X amount of whatever risk, you just have to let them go take that money or get out for, at least 30, 40, 50 bucks, because then the trade makes sense to you. And you gave it enough like wiggle room, and you're still right on the trade. Nothing is wrong with that trade. There's no lower low broken. It's just gonna either keep trending, like you said, and grinding, but it's that second part of trading. Oh man, I don't want to take a loss right now.
And that's it. That's all that was. That's all that was. Because again, the risk is small.
Right.
$16. I think I made $178 today. So what's giving back $16
on a good trade?
But it's that mental side that we that could be the doggone downfall to a lot of traders. That damn mentalness, man.
It is, yeah. I mean, 90% of traders, blah blah blah, fail because they don't have an edge, or when they do have an edge, they don't let the edge kind of play itself out. I'm telling you, Mark Douglas changed my damn life. He was like, unless you know that big whale that's gonna buy or sell and when he's gonna do it, you're fooling yourself thinking you know which way the market's gonna go. All you can do is become like a victim of your edge. and let the data over time play out. If you win more than you lose and you win big, and you know reduce the losses to a very small loss, over time the market can't beat you, bro.
Yeah, and see that to that conversation that we was having that time, that's Jared's whole thing, is that like as a new trader, if you got a decent edge, don't try to think that you know the market. Just let your edge work.
Yeah, you'll never get
So just like how you said on your trade, you've been in it so long, that's you letting your edge work.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's what it amounts to. Just letting your edge work.
Yeah, and I mean for
Alright,
me,
guys, it's gym 30 for me, so I'm a deafen, but I'll be back right out there on gym.
for sure, brother.
All right, enjoy.
All right, man. Gym 30. Let's get it.
Look at this setup right here that ended up paying off LMD. Middle chart 15 minute. I defended the top red line on the middle chart, getting in where the white candles, where the white arrows are. As soon as they edged up, or kind of, I remember I was like, oh, as soon as they give me that break above, I'm gonna enter. I ended up getting some wick entries. The second one was even better. But again, if they broke that red line above, which is the 43 level I was telling you about all day, if that thing breaks, this thing could go nuts. So I don't want anything to do with the market at that point. Look at the price action I had to endure, bro, on the 5 minute before I got paid.
Hold on 1 second for me. And I'll look at it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had a phone call coming in.
Oh, you're good.
So I'm looking at the middle chart.
Yeah, the dark red line above, right where that green cloud is, that's your 43 level that I took a bounce from yesterday. So now it's supply. So I'm like, hey, look, if they break that, then demand is going to kick back in. So I don't want nothing above that. Like I don't want no smoke with the bulls above that, because I'm going to short play. My arrow, the white arrows are my entries. You can see a wick entries on the 5 minute. So I set my play up where
You got me 2 trades.
Yeah, I ended up averaging in on the second swing up. So as soon as I got in, the market dumped, but it wasn't nothing to take, right? We didn't even get into it. It was definitely like kind of a 1 hour kind of trade, but I was like, all right, whatever. They go back up, put me in the red. I take another entry, bringing my average cost down to like 39. Look at the green price action on the 5 minute before the friggin' red came in. But here was the flip, right? And this is where we talk about edge. I had my level that I was going to stop out no matter what. Then I started seeing the 15 minute produce a new line. You see that bright red line on the 15 minute?
So the lower line?
Yeah.
The lower red line?
Mm-hmm.
So that's telling you that you can tighten.
I wouldn't even tighten it. That's telling me that the market is going to reject that level.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. It's telling you that it's headed, that it's tightening the move up lower.
It's projecting that there's enough volume that's somehow rejecting that level. So either I could say, well, the bulls are going to break this, or I could do what the edge constantly tells me. They're going to move this market down to the bottom of the 5 minute Bollinger Band before we see another bounce, which is usually my target on a reversal trade. So
what are the Bollinger Bands, those clouds?
Yeah, the dark green cloud just means that it's actively squeezing right now.
Okay.
So you're going to see volatility, which is what they put me through. We had a mean drop, then they bought it right back up. I'm like, no way. I'm like, I'm not leaving until you stop me out. So those wicks, if I tightened the stop to that line, would have stopped me out, but I just didn't move it, right? Just kind of trusting that, okay, we have a new line, which is lower than my stop. Thank God that came in. It's a 15-minute rule that I have for a reversal trade. And now look at the 5 minute chart and look at where we bounced from. Bottom of the goddamn Bollinger Band.
Mm-hmm.
So I see this happen so often that the target, if you don't take money out at the bottom of the Bollinger Band and you let the data, which is this bounce, kind of happen, now I feel like I'm getting into an emotional side of greed. I want this break. I want this break. It didn't come. It doesn't often come. you scale out, and that runner, if you can manage that to the best of your ability, you let run for the break. And there was something else that I think I said when we got down here. The ad did some wicked stuff, bro. It bounced hard when we got down here, and I was like, okay, I don't like that. I'm killing the whole trade. So when we had another leg down, I just killed the trade. But I mean, in hindsight, you're like, okay, thank God. But this trade is still active. They didn't break any higher highs. So who knows, the next leg down, it could be violent. But I'm not letting you take me back to break even on that trade. Like, look at that bounce, bro.
Yeah, it's like, why would you just give back? It's almost like how Vegas said, if he up 20 cents, it's not going to be a red trade.
Yeah, absolutely not. Once I hit R1. Yeah, I mean, once I hit R1, it's because it also builds I think what's called a really good habit, trader's habit, which is you are a victim of randomness, which is fine, but you're not a victim of like losing control. If the probability of bouncing at the bottom of a 5-minute money zone is high, you have actual information to react before the condition comes to fruition. So I'm going to scale out there. And even if I took my last one out up here, that would have been fine. Even if I let that run to break even, that would be fine. You know why? Because the trade is green. We got the move to the proposed target that data shows we should get the bounce from. And this, I mean, I can show you this like left and right, dude. Like, we had a trade that happened last week on the run up. Oh no, was it yesterday when? No, I think it was Friday when we had that micro pause, and then the market bounced and then just kept going. If I could find that, I'll show you. But yeah, I mean, again, like, so again, I think we just talked about like letting the edge kind of work out, and that's what I did today. And it's just time, bro. We get in our own way because we're not willing to sit through the time it takes for the trade to form, or we don't want to lose on it. Man, they made me go red after being green, nice green, 3 times.
Yeah, but I think it depends. But I guess because you see how that trade was gonna play out. Because that's like, I'm going back at one of the trades I took today. I'm looking at it though. Wow, I left a lot of money on the table. How to hold on, let me see.
Which stock?
Really? Like, you got to trade with the chart showing you too. That was gonna be my point on it.
Yeah.
Like, you have to trade what that chart is showing. I went to look at the actual stock trade that I took today, and I left a decent amount of money on the table. I got out at 6:30. No, I can't say that. I got out on the back side of the move, so decent exit. I left money on the table because I didn't get out when it hit this high. I'm trying to put some arrows on the chart real quick. I'm trying to figure out how the hell. Okay, lowest 582. Got it. Let me find another chart. I'm all over the place. I got out after this thing started coming back down. So it's a good trade, but you have to trade what that chart is showing. And I'm looking at this chart. I did a halfway decent job of it. But when you're looking at that bigger time frame, your the area that you're looking to trade it is just that much bigger.
Yeah, the whales are sitting there waiting for you.
Yeah, trying to mark these entries and exits real quick.
Yeah.
I left. I hate when I go and look at a chart and then I see just how horrible my exits were.
Look, this
and
is.
Like, look at do me a favor. Look at ENSC.
ENSC.
And what does that show you, like pre-market? Like, actually, all the way from when it started running at like 8 o'clock. I'd just be curious to see, like how your charts would look. I'm about to send you the 2-minute chart marked up. And like I said, I think my exit, I'm hard on myself, but I think my exit was decent. I was on my way back out the dang on door. There you go. I just posted the 2-minute chart. There's some Evan trading right here.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. You shorted this?
Not long.
Where? Oh, pre-market?
Yeah.
God damn, you caught this whole move?
Nah, I just sent you the picture, so you'll see like where I got in. Basically, I got in as it reclaimed VWAP, and then
okay, I see.
Kind of bounced off of it.
This is the.
That's a solid trade though. That higher low, that was perfect.
Yeah,
that's why I said that was an Evan trade right there.
Oh yeah.
Is that a 2-minute chart?
Higher low above the floor.
But see how, and you see this chart has like green and red lines on there?
Yeah.
These lines go back probably a year. Because these lines are when I was trading using white charts. So my charts used to be white and I would use green and red lines so they would contrast a little bit better. So that tells you how long those price levels have been on my chart. Look at how well they was respected this morning.
Is this a 2-minute chart?
Yeah, it's a 2-minute chart.
All right, got you. So,
but that just speaks to using those price levels and how well they respect it. And look at where it went and tapped that the most highest one today. That's why I should have been a little more proactive getting out of that trade, making a little bit more money on it. But on 50 shares, I made $50.
Sounds solid to me.
Yeah, not bad, $1.
All right, so here goes my chart from where things kind of popped off there. So you can see your levels. That was solid, bro. It was all green, all 3 green condition, 1 hour, 15, and 5 minutes. So I call that a triple threat. All you got to do is go for a bullish play at the money zone on the 5-minute or the 15. You basically took a 5-minute money zone bounce, right? Entry.
Mm-hmm.
And rode that thing all the way up from like 470s or somewhere where you got in. Yeah, 496. So 496 was your entry. You rolled it up to the second line that they broke out of on the 5-minute. They consolidated, came back, tapped that line, and then bounced again. And then your second exit was clutch because the 5-minute and the 15-minute produced a rejection level.
So that's what I'm looking at. So that dashed line, red line, is telling you there's a possibility that it can start rejecting right there?
Yes, sir. The only reason why I would take a rejection play on the 15, if that 15-minute one comes up, I'm taking that play. The 5, I'll hesitate. I probably won't even take it. I'll miss the whole move. But if a 15-minute comes up, I made it a rule to take that damn trade. Win, lose, or draw. At as close to that level as possible. And
then you put your stop just on the other side of the high?
Yep.
That's an easy rule.
It makes it that simple, bro. So I think
that's why when we were talking the other day with Vega, like I'm the same way you are. I want to make trading as simple as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So like for Vega got a good trading system. It just, for me, it got too many moving parts. So that's why it's kind of hard to grasp. Even though the more he explains it and he says it's kind of simple, I can start somewhat seeing it. But I'm like you. So like yours just tells you when that red line forms on a 15-minute.
Execute.
You look at the trade.
Execute.
It don't get no simpler than that.
Yeah. And you could look back into history and kind of do your own back testing and then create your own entry reasons. Like I gave this to marksmen And I think he's been using it on the 15-minute. I don't know if it's been helping Marksman, but
yeah, it has actually. I think it was, I think it was yesterday, or last Friday. I noticed that higher low that held that line that would have worked. I didn't take it because I got scared out of it, but it would have been a solid trade.
Yeah, I take it so much. I know when it's going to, like, I know when it could fail. And now, remember I was just telling you that line came in today, so I was like, oh, I'm staying in this trade, right? Until we hit the bottom of the 5-minute Bollinger Band. Now, this was the move on Friday that looked like it might have been exhausted, but all they did was pause just for another swing to the upside, which sent that contract up to $7-10. Same rule. 15-minute line came in the middle chart. You could take the shorts, but watch out for the bottom of the 5-minute Bollinger Band, because buyers are waiting to kind of continue the trend if the trend is strong. So no matter what, you need to be taking some profit at the bottom of that 5-minute Bollinger Band and then letting the runner see if the runner can keep going. So I'm gonna just hold a trade until that condition is met, or I'm just gonna get stopped out, but very small, because I'm gonna get in close to that line as possible. Look at where they where they bounce for the next move, bro. Taking that thing up another 30 points.
Is that the Bollinger Band right there?
On the 5-minute, yeah, it's usually the cloud that's just grayed out, but when it turns green, it's squeezing. So you're gonna get some volatility outside of that.
Oh,
hey,
the 5-minute
here,
its own,
Chance, you mind sharing those lines?
It's in the what-you-call-it channel.
Huh?
It's in your what-you-call-it channel, but this one is called Marksman Lines, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be curious to play with that on my larger time frames. Looking to see. You know, I'm always looking to see what I can glean to kind of help me find different little areas to take trades on.
Yeah, 100%. Check out the Marksman S&D levels. That's the one that I created for Marksman, where it doesn't. What would you say you didn't want? I think you didn't want certain things or something like that on it.
Yeah, it was the standard deviation levels I didn't want.
Right.
And LMD, if you didn't want those either, I got which ones to turn off, where it's just so it just leaves you with just the supply and demand lines.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I learned.
Yeah, those.
I get back to my office, I'm gonna play with it and see what I can. Because I'm thinking if I can find something on my weekly charts where I can kind of get a heads up that it's kind of changing.
That's where you're gonna get the big bucks, bro. It takes time to get out of that zone, but when I go to the daily and the 4-hour, man, if I just take a step back, put money at those lines, and just let the market work. And now I could do it with futures, because there's no real data or situations like, you know, paying for time. I just gotta kind of get in at the lows and have a decent stop and hope to God I never get a marginal call. But yeah, my stops are going to be pretty tight. Within the last, like, this is the market. Let me see if I could just clear this up one time. Clear drawing set. So this is a 4-hour chart that shows you those levels. So I think I heard you guys talking about, like, you wanted to draw more levels and stuff like that, Marksman. And, you know, the easiest way to think, this code is just picking up volume that wicks on any chart from a certain zone. So it'll come up live. And that's how come, like, I could do the day trade thing. But this is essentially what you would do if you drew them out by yourself. You would look for a macro time frame wick, and that's indicative that some big wig just stopped the market from going higher or lower. And you should see that level kind of get bounced from or rejected a few times, and then it's going to move away from that level so violently that you can get paid big time. Of course, the bigger the time frame you can do it on, the more you would make. But basically, that's this chart right here. So this is one 4-hour chart, bro. LMD, if you just traded that red line that came in January and shorted this ES level, I mean, we're talking about almost 200 points on ES from zone to zone.
Definitely play with it when I get back to my office.
Yeah, we're using it on some intraday stuff, so I had to create rules for it. So I won't do it on. And 5 minute, like that bounce that we just got came off the 5 minute. Heck, it came in on a 1 minute. I think when we were looking at Apple, there was a 1 minute line that we were all looking at that I was like, damn, I would never trust.
Oh yeah, right at the what was it, the 11:56 candle?
Right. I was
like that flush.
Couldn't believe it, bro. Like the 1 minute even picked up the volume on that buyer trying to, you know, buy that level up. So you just gotta you know, kind of create that mentality, that psychology that, oh, okay, well, someone's buying here enough to like move the market for a bounce. It doesn't have to go all the way up to the top. So you got to create rules against around when you're wrong. But if you could just objectively look at that level and say, yo, if I put money up here, I would probably make more money than going with my gut. And that's why I was, you know, like when Vega and I was having that discussion, I'd be like, no, the market's still falling. Let me take this pullback to the downside, totally avoiding or disregarding the fact that there's a buyer somehow bouncing the hell out of this thing. And who knows how high he can take the market, you know? But anyways, it's just rules that come in with how you trade that kind of prevent you from letting even this indicator create a bias so strong that you still go against it. Like, if that makes any sense. You know, you can trust indicators up to a certain point.
Right. Just like kind of knowing when to break your rules, and when like some part of your edge isn't working.
Well, never break the rule, but create a stop in case that edge isn't working. But the rule, right? The rule is to stop out if the edge isn't working. The rule is to take the trade no matter what, because the edge could work. And in this case, I mean, look at the bounces off this thing. If you took every one of those, you'd be up. But then it's a profit rule that you would have to follow in order to get out profitable every time before they come back down and test that line on Apple, the 1 minute chart. So just enter.
Right.
Yeah. So, you know, just whatever rule you have for take profit. Like the reason why I got out of the ES was because there was a 5 minute line that I saw down there, and the ad bounced crazy, but we didn't see a crazy violent move on ES yet. So I'm like, okay, I'm out of here. Now, if I show you this ad, bro, this thing is above negative 2,500. So essentially it was a good exit, but who knows, man? You probably get the most violent down candle in like 2 or 20 minutes that breaks lows. Make you feel like an idiot. But yeah, I try to be as objective as possible in this market.
Yeah, we definitely like start paying more attention though to seeing that ad over 2,000, man. Because those the exponential days that Vega talk about. That if you can catch those days and just put your order in at the low and just let it ride, like it can grow your account crazy. But you just have to be patient to just say, okay, I'm gonna buy this and I'm gonna just hold on to it. But nah, man, I think everybody headed in a good direction. We always say that.
Yeah, I think even when we have red days, you know, as long as we're all learning from it, we're still improving and getting better.
Yeah.
Actually, I gotta start heading out though. Gotta get ready for work. But hope you guys have a good day.
I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good, man. I think I'll be flying tomorrow, so I'm not sure if I'll have a chance to get in here or not. But if I don't though, hope you guys have a good trading day.
All right, man.
All right, peace.
Later.
Oh man. Oh my god. Look at this ramp up. Oh shit, I was supposed to do something before I did that. Yes, thank you. I didn't lose anything. Electric grid person just came in trying to sell me solar panels. Gee, oh, they smoked through negative 2,500 on their way to 15. $32, that's a 10-point move right there. MQ didn't move half as good as ES just now. Yo, what the fuck is going on right now? Market is exploding, brother. 54 for a short. I got 57 possibly for a short. Cool. Why did he choose 54 though? Okay, I think I see why. Okay, I think I see why. I mean, any thoughts on it? That's gonna... Man, dog. How do you take, I know how I could take, could we do that? Fresh 5 minute with a white line. Fresh 5 minute with a, no white line there, but that ran up. Not so much, I don't know. Unbelievable move right here, yo. That's crazy. Alright. I'm about to do my recap real quick. Get that out of the way. I'm like you, LMD.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Yeah. I only took one damn trade. I probably could have gotten in on that upside move with you guys at the money zone on a 5 minute. Best case scenario would have been like around 13.35, so 135. Just hold till we break the highs. That's crazy. I know you probably crying about the Apple trade now. You had a...
Crying? No.
Well, yeah, nah, you know, like, damn. I had such a good whale. I'm not even looking at Apple, though. Let me see.
Nah, Apple, it hit my target and then just failed.
Really?
Horrible. So I got out good. Yeah, it's down.
I'm coming back on Tesla for whatever reason. Oh, damn, Apple. Yeah. It hit the top of the Bollinger Band on a 5 minute. Tell me.
Yeah, it hit the, I basically was trying to get that back up to VWAP. That was one of them ones, I don't know if you was in the room earlier this morning when Vega was talking about a V-shaped recovery.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I think AMD did, it hit VWAP and broke straight through it, and Apple V-shaped, but then it failed VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
It basically did the same thing on that move. That was like the VWAP, and then it started V-shaped down like around 12, and then it just hit VWAP and failed horribly.
AMD still strong though, Doctor. You see AMD? This thing finna go. Round 3.
Yeah, man, AMD, it shook me out this morning. I had a stop in from yesterday on that last contract.
Mm-hmm.
came down, stopped me out, and then ripped. So I'm all out. Made $100 on that last contract, which still was good. Can't complain about it.
You smashing the swings, brother.
Yeah, definitely can't complain. But I got a question. I just loaded your the supply demand thing. I noticed it has like 3 of each, 3 bears, 3 bull divergences. Are those all the same?
3 bears.
So
You mean like a purple
turn
line?
off one of them?
You mean like the purple and the blue line?
So I just changed it to make it so I could see what they were doing.
Oh, okay.
So like I changed one to like up arrows, one to dash, and one to solid. But I think I just want the solid red line one.
Got you. So like, give me an example of a chart that you're looking at.
And remember, I'm looking at a weekly chart though.
That's cool.
Let's go with AMD since that's the one that got pulled up, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a understanding of where you what you're looking at and where you are.
So like when I go in, so like now I have it set like, let me do it for the bull one as well. Like when you go to the setup, you have 3 different things for bears, 3 different things for bulls. Oh, I see. So you got bear divergence high, bear divergence low, and then bear divergence.
Right. So the bear divergence is the red line. The high would be another line 2 standard deviation above and another one below. You can turn those off, is what Marksman was saying. So,
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do now. So basically, I could just leave on the divergences. Let me see what that does. Okay, yep, that's exactly good then.
Yeah.
All right, so whenever you get the start of a red, see, this is what I'm trying. This is the data that I might want to see, even though. So like we get into, and this is crazy. So if you, I don't know if you look at a weekly chart for AMD.
Yeah.
And you go back to November of 21.
Give me 1 second. I think my weekly charts, yeah, it doesn't pick up the code for some reason. There's something in it that's blocking it, but yeah, go ahead.
So like November 8th of 21. You see that it's a green candle?
Yeah. 21.
November 8th of 21. It drops the first dash red line.
Okay.
And then you get another green candle, and then you get a red candle. That red candle right there is the start of my weekly down channel.
Right.
And then this thing rolls from November 8th, or actually I guess we'd call it November 22nd. It's in a down channel all the way until
October.
Wow. November 7th of 22.
You got November 7th. Yeah, okay.
It's in a down channel that entire time.
Where did the green one come in at?
So the green starts like 124 of 22. But I'm looking at this because it's still in my down channel though. So I'm not really paying no mind to that green candle because at that point, it's not a straight green line.
Dude, I did an apple off the lows, bro. I came back from the gym rushing, bro. I came back from the gym rushing, bro. I was supposed to get food, and I ran back. I pulled up the charts real quick, and fucking scooped Apple from like basically 172.
Yeah, that power move up was crazy.
I fucking rushed back. When I tell you I rushed back, I got some. I don't got much size no more. I only have 3 more contracts left. But I came rushing, and the beautiful thing is that SPY is holding over that what is it, that 70s level we were talking about earlier that it couldn't seem to get by. Holding that right now. I'm gonna get rid of another contract here. There we go. Now I'm only gonna rock 2 contracts here. Oh, bro, what a beauty. Straight from the gym, bro. I came hauling ass.
I meant like, my bad, LMB. I meant like, not a green candle, but where did the demand line come in on the weekly?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, on January 24th.
So from that downward wick that we get.
Yeah, which is basically the weekly 50 moving average.
Yeah.
But it's not a straight line, though. That's what I was saying. It's like...
Can you send me a picture? It doesn't work for me.
Yeah, the green line is like below each candle.
So they're still trying to stop it.
Yeah, it doesn't form like that straight line just going across. I'll send you a picture of it.
At no point you never got a straight line on this weekly? That's crazy.
No, yeah, for the green? Yeah.
When did it finally
like
turn straight?
Way ahead, though. I'm going to send you a picture of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, so basically where I started it at, hold on. Maybe. There we go. See if I'm logged in. Yeah. I'm going to DM it to you. Excuse me. All right, I just sent it to you. And you'll see what I was talking about, like on where I had my weekly down channel started in that.
Yeah. Okay,
you'll
perfect.
See it gave like 3 red candles and then a straight line, and then it just tanked out.
Right.
But since that time, the green line has just been hugging each candle.
The green line at the bottom, where it just kept on coming in but not getting straight?
Yeah.
Looks like the first
So
time
it's almost like that green line, when it forms, it's giving you, but the red one is not doing it over here, though. I was going to say, it's almost kind of giving you a signal that it's going to start trending.
To the downside?
Either side. So like if the picture I just sent you,
yeah.
If you go back over and you look at the green line, like you probably can't really see the dates on my chart, but like not the first green line that started, because that was a small one, but the second one, see how once that formed, it kind of started uptrending?
Yeah.
Catching support off of the 50 moving average.
Your 50.
And then which is the gray line, the gray solid line.
Mm-hmm.
Then it comes back, it taps the 50 moving average, and then it starts like another green line, and then it kind of starts trending again.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
So, like, that's the stuff I'm trying to look and see if I can kind of read into, and because I almost don't even need to mess with this right now. I'm gonna look at some other stocks though and see how it's actually looking. Man, Apple looks decent, but I'm just trying to figure out.
Check it on a like, I mean, the weekly is amazing. I think if you have the set it and forget it for about a year, it looks like mentality, you would kill it, right? Because you have a nice down, you have a reaction from that level. At some point, you'll be green. Historically, in the past, the 2 red lines above, you get your first move to the downside on AMD, then you got to have a wiggly situation between 2020 and 2021, and then finally at the end of 2021, that line paid off to the downside. But prior to that, the bull market looks like that we had from 19, 20, and 21, the green line was the one to take, and it just blew through the red ones.
Yeah, but see, that's why I say it was still in an uptrend.
Yeah.
once it started that green line, and those are the things I'm kind of looking for. Because see, for me, think about this, like, if you look at the weekly chart and you go to like September of, let's see, nope, I need glasses. That's March 30th, 20. When you get the that new green line to start forming, it's forming on my chart. The price at that point is at 63.60. In 4 months, it's at 78. I'd wait. Actually, nope. I'm sorry. That's 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. That's a month and a half.
Crazy.
I'd wait that long because again, I'm looking at swing trades and longer term trades.
Right.
So that's why I was saying for me, I'm just looking to see, trying to just find not so much an edge, but additional confirmation for when I should take a trade.
The longs, yeah. The swings.
Yeah. Yeah, for swings.
Oh my God, bro. This is a fucking killer, dude.
Apple's still shooting?
Yeah, it's doing well. It curled off. I'm about to sell and ooh no. Get the 27s again, hold over. On the bids, please. Yeah, there we go. Come on. How much volume is this? Oh my God, come on, hold on to 27s, please. There we go, 29s on the ask. Oh yeah. Come on. 30s, come on. Such a sick curl, dude. I came rushing from the gym. When I mean rushing, I mean the gym's only 5 minutes away, but I was hauling, bro. I hauled ass for this fucking play. I literally got off the phone with my fiance. I was like, listen, Apple's moving by. I was out, bro. Nothing was stopping me from placing this trade. All right, I'm gonna get out that one. I'm trying to hold on to one more for a runner. This is gonna be my last one. I'll hold on for a runner or break even on this last one. Sick, dude.
You took the 150 bounce?
150. What you mean?
1350 on Apple. You in longs, right?
Yeah.
And you got in at 150 or?
No. I got one at 172.
Oh no, I mean the time. Sorry.
Oh shit.
That bounce, that pivot right there.
I have to look up because it doesn't have the show trade feature, so I can't even mark a triangle. It's not like center point.
No, like around what time did you get in?
That's what I'm saying. Like I can't see the time of it. I just got in after the curl, so I don't know where in the curl. I'll give you a vicinity. I got in somewhere between like 46 to like 52. Somewhere between there. I can't give you a direct because...
No, that's perfect. 146 to 50. Yeah, so it was like that 150 kind of bounce that they dumped into that.
Yeah, that curl. Dude, I came hauling ass so quick, bro. Like flying down, bro.
Low.
You guys ever been in a situation like that where you just fucking... Because I pulled up the TD Ameritrade app. I pulled up the app while I was in the gym. And I was like, bro, what? Apple's doing this? And flew, bro. Cut my workout short. I was on the treadmill.
They don't have, an app for E-Trade?
Yeah, they do. They have the E-Trade app, but bro, I don't trade off of an app like that.
Shit, you
like I'll probably place the trade, but I'm hauling I'm hauling ass to my screens, bro.
Yeah, I would scale out on TOS. It's pretty good on TOS though. The app sometimes is better than the goddamn charts.
Bro, this is incredible. Just to think that I mean, like I thought, like, oh, you know, today's kind of chalked, and then an opportunity. And the thing that got me interested is I pulled up the 5-day 5-minute on Thinkorswim's app, and I seen that it was kind of like near this gap area, and I was like, what? All right, I'm getting in. And boy, was I fucking... I'm happy I did that, bro. That's why you gotta keep these charts on deck, even at the gym. You gotta live, breathe, eat, smell charts.
Damn.
Hell yeah, bro.
Nick Cannon is killing $100 million a year, bro. It's crazy.
I might just call this last one, bro. We're in the 30s now. This might be able to get past VWAP though and fucking go crazy though. Now this buys above that key 70s area, which was low of the day. How much more time we got? 2 more hours. Might have to call it here. Let me see. Does this thing want to hold how many more seconds? 5 seconds.
I had another question for you.
What's up,
on
buddy?
your on that supply and demand. So if you got a red line, like red dash line, and then it might throw a green. Now this green line is like hunter green.
Like dark.
And then it goes red, and now it's hunter green. What does the hunter green mean?
It's a breakout. It's showing you when price breaks out of the... So if it's bright red, and then it goes like, say, dark green, I guess that's what you're calling hunter green?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, you should see price breaking above that red level. That triggers that change.
Okay.
Is that...
Man, I'm about to send you another picture.
Yeah. So once
this one is like right in... And this is a very small trade. Again, like I said, I'm just taking these little small baby trades to get my feet wet. But this is one that I'm in. Little, I can't call it a low float, $30 share.
Okay.
But look at that chart.
Broke right out of the red and turned dark green.
Yeah, you see it?
Yeah.
But look at my weekly up channel.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. This is a weekly, right?
Changes right as it changes right as it bases at the weekly up channel.
It changes right as it bases at the weekly up channel.
So look at if you look over to like the last 4 candles, like the last 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
See how you get that big green candle, it turns to dark green.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's back in my channel, heading back up.
Mm-hmm. So the first red that came up way back in the beginning of the year told you that price is going to reject that level. And then you have, and the third candle after that kind of got straight, was somewhat green. Price broke above that, but it closed below it. Then everything else is red because price is below it. The first time the price broke above it, it now signals that we have a breakout condition happening.
So that's basically what these dashes are telling you. If the price finishes above it, it's going to be a green dash.
Yeah, it's going to flip green to tell you breakout is happening. This level is no longer supply. It's possible supply turn demand.
Okay.
But I mean, again, like it's look at the green one from before in the same picture. It was demand. You get 3 weeks, 4 weeks up, and then 2 big red candles that came down and broke that demand level. You get...
Where are you looking at?
June, kind of May, June, when the other green line came in, the bright green.
Okay, so right where it was like, I got you.
Trying to form, and then it finally got straight. You get 4 weeks up, 2 weeks down, broke that level, they triggered dark red. You get 4 weeks of consolidation, they break back above, they trigger back to green. So like they're playing with this level. They're struggling, and there's a fight here where the buyers and the bulls are just kind of like bouncing off of it. But if you look, there's another line right below it that formed that consolidation. So that's where you could have put your money up in anticipation that that's going to be demand. And then they broke out of the one above it, send the market running a nice little change, like maybe 2-3 points. And then they came back down into it again, broke both of them. But that buyer came back in and just sent the market back up.
Yeah, but no, like I said, what I like to see though is just how this one is reacting to my channels, my uptrends.
I like that too. I mean, I could probably put some channels in put my money where the channel is at in anticipation of that demand kicking in at some point, right?
Yeah, because it's basically just giving me what I know that, like, so when they went from the red line to the green line, that's when I always say I want to see the candle finish inside of my zone, and then I'll take the next week's trade going higher when it breaks that high. And that's basically what this script is doing, is confirming that, because it goes from being the red lines to the green dashes.
Got you.
But all at the same time, though, you still have that light green, just a solid line down there. So like, what is the solid, the light green or the bright green down there?
That's the first instance of a demand zone.
Okay, because that's just been solid green since going back to where it kind of got back in my channel.
At the bottom of your down channel.
Yeah.
Once it starts, once demand starts, it forms as bright green. If they break through demand, it's going to turn dark red.
Yeah. So like, if you go back over, what is that? Maybe March, where you got like 5 lines of bright green, and then 5 lines of dark red, 5 lines of bright green.
Yep. Break back above.
So that's your demand line.
Yeah, and price is kind of either going to move away from it or get kind of get broken down, right? So when it breaks down, it's dark red. If it's bright green, we breaking out again. But that's you anticipating price to move away upwards from that level. And when a red one forms up top, price should reject and come back down from that level. It's going to be bright red to start, and dark green is going to initiate the breakout of a supply line.
Gotcha. Yeah. So that's why I said, like, so for me, I'm going to be using these in conjunction with my channels.
I like that. That's fucking smart. Because your channel shows you that we're in that upward channel. Once it broke above that supply zone, it was lights out for that level. I'm looking at the beginning of the year, 2022, where that line is. Your channel showed that they should get support there. That big green weekly volume, you gap up basically two weeks in a row after that. After that breakout.
Yeah, because it's tapping the base of the channel.
Shit, you wouldn't put your entry at the base of the channel.
With confirmation. So like with this one, you notice how so you get 3 normal candles in that huge green candle.
Right.
And then it consolidates along the gray line, the 50 moving average. I would have took that trade as it came back to the channel, to the base of the channel.
Okay.
That's money.
Plus is the 50
like, that's the picture of money for me. And this thing goes from
20 something,
$30,
30,
like 30, 33, all the way up to
36.
Call it 35, 34.50 in like a month. So $4 in a month.
That's
so
nice.
If you grab like 4 contracts, and they're gonna be cheap when you buying like a $34 contract when the price is at $30. You buy that a month out, and like, that's bank. That's the picture of money.
Word.
But notice when it pulls back the next time, it breaks out of the channel. So that's why I say I need confirmation. I just can't take it because it's coming back to the base of the channel.
Gotcha.
Because if you look at like March, it comes back, it taps it on a red top and tail. The next week, it gaps down out of the channel. And now it's grinding back up.
I see.
See, so now I got in the trade because it's in the channel. It broke the high of that red candle. And now I'm going to try to play this back up to, call it $39.
I got you.
But this one, I took it on
I took this one on shares. I'm not sure if they got options for this one. Let's see. Trade. Yeah, they do got options. And they liquid, but they super spready. The spread is 35 cents. Lord.
Yeah, don't worry. Once it's in the money, that thing everybody in their mom gonna be trying to get it.
Yeah, but nah, I'm looking at May 19th. In the money, it's still 35 cent spread. All of them, because it's not really a option traded stock. So you can buy it. As soon as you buy it, you got a chance of being down $35 because of that spread. So I'll probably keep this one as an option trade. I mean, as an actual share trade.
Yeah, I like it.
That's the thing I'm trying to look for, just to see what I can kind of glean from it.
Yeah.
And maybe find trades that when I'm scrolling through, if I see something that was red and it's turning green and is just getting above it, kind of give me something to kind of keep an eye on.
Nah, for sure. Especially with your channels. I like it. I just sent you a picture of the Chewy trade. And for me, it's just like, I don't know when this guy's going to kick in and send the market back up to 38, 39, but that level there on the 4-hour was kind of why I wanted to enter this trade. I entered in around 424-ish. Yeah, so basically right after the next day we tanked and had a downtrend continuation, and then 3 days or in this week we had a nice up move to reclaim the level that I entered at. But I like to the way that you're supposed to trade it is take the price underneath that demand, because price should swing back above to that demand as a magnet. That's where they want to kind of defend. And and if I had done that, I probably would have gotten the contracts at 14 cents, or probably gotten a better strike for the same 40 cents. But we still got officially.
What strike price you got?
I got 39s on these things.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot you mine. So that same way that you was talking about, that you see it acting as a magnet. I send you mine, because you always hear me say that the 50 moving average for me is a magnet.
Yeah.
So this is that's my weekly, and my damn internet keep going out. Yeah, that's my weekly, but look at where the 50 is at on there.
The gray line.
Right at 38. So I would look at that the same way, especially when it breaks the high of the previous candle. So if it breaks the high of that red candle, the previous week's candle, which the high was 33.49, and look where we at today.
Finally bounced back up, but now it had a pretty shitty day today. 4 hours of a down move down to 33. I think flat 33.28. It ain't fall that much. 30 cents.
And actually, I was looking at the wrong thing though. But look at the high of this week. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong week. Hold on. So you had the red week. High was 33.49. Then you had the last week. The high was 33.47. It couldn't break the high of last week. But this week, the high is 33.63. We've broken the highs of those two previous weeks. So I could see that 50 now acting as a magnet. Because if you look at all of the previous weeks, this is the first week that we actually getting a higher high on the weekly chart.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, so that's that. I may have to look at finding something out to. I like to go out to like July on these type plays though.
Yeah, I probably called it a little too early, and you know, maybe now would be a better time. But I mean, who knows? Because it was up here and then it tanked again. So, but the condition on the 4 hour is different. It's like green, with the money zone being a possible magnet. So I expect a bounce straight out of 33. But if you look at my chart, we have a supply line that came in 2 days ago at friggin' 3360s, and that's what brought us down.
Let me see. Looking at which chart though?
The 4 hour. You see that red line that came in on the far right?
Yeah.
That's the bad boy that basically shut us down on this upward run up. But we have demand right below us now, right? That we basically reclaim. And I don't really want to see them break through that, but it's there and right at the money zone for the 4 hour. So that 4 hour is powerful. You usually get a bounce somewhere around this zone, and the bounce is a big bounce.
And what did you say that red line was sitting at?
It looks like 3360s.
Okay.
Literally the high.
3360.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's basically like the high of this week.
Right.
Yeah, but see, for me, just looking at the technical side of it, I would think because we broke the high of the previous 2 candles, like this should make a move higher.
It looks like it could too, with the 4 hour being massively green, meaning the trend being massively green like this. You saw like the first white candle that got us up. We pulled back into that green zone, bounce, got us up. That day that they formed that supply line, we bounced straight off of that zone. So we're gonna test that guy again. It's just
now
time.
Watch though. I'm about to show you something else though. That you always know what I'm drawing, so you already kind of know what's gonna be coming next.
For sure.
I'm gonna actually let me do it the way I'm supposed to. Let me change the colors.
You have a weekly supply line at 51. That's interesting. Cause I got it at 38.
Let me duplicate.
51, yo, that would be massive for me, dude.
Stack it. Perfect. I like stacking it because that tells me that I got my lines drawn where they supposed.
change your thought process.
For sure.
So initially, I said it was in an intraday up channel.
Oh my God, look
That
at
was the
this
first
shit.
thing I looked at. And that's why normally I go higher time frame to lower time frame. I did this one in the reverse because I was looking at the lower time frame.
You sent it? Yeah.
So, yeah. So where you see the double top at,
Yeah.
I would take that on that second double top because it's at the top of my hourly down channel. But let me change. I didn't change. You know me, I'm big on colors. So for me, that hourly down channel.
Dude, you see this move?
Yeah, because this thing got room back down to 41.30.
Holy crap. It melted every freaking level it took out to the top side in one candle. And that's why I wait for that 15 minute. Because that data is
But
insane.
see, for me, like when you initially said it, I hadn't looked at. So there, I snapped it now. That one shows you. So that line would have been purple.
Yeah, that's the 1 hour line, right? Down channel.
That's my hourly down channel.
Yep.
Look at what it's doing.
Directly
So
from
that intraday up channel is just to get it back up to the top of the hourly down channel.
Yep.
And that's why I say I put more weight on the hourly time frame channels.
Yeah, once you said
But
that.
look at that move.
bruh. I'm telling you.
And notice if you look to the left, you see the broken gray line.
Broken gray, yeah.
That's the hourly 50. Look at how it reacted to that hourly 50 all morning. Every time it came up to it, it used it as resistance.
Right.
And then it finally broke it. It provided no resistance on the way down.
Incredible.
It chopped straight through that, straight through VWAP, which is the little tiny dash yellow line.
It's bouncing
straight
now.
through previous day's low, which is the solid red line. It's got room back down to 41.30.
This market on another type of crack. You saw that move? It just bounced like crazy.
From down to 41.35.
Yeah, bounced back up to 39. Fucking crazy.
With huge, look at that volume. Look at that candle compared to every other volume candle.
Oh, the volume is in the up or downside?
I would look at this as a bullish candle because it finished. It's a doji candle. Basically, it opened and it closed at the same exact spot, though.
Right.
But, and notice, like, so on my chart, you know where that red line is at on my chart, that thick red line?
Yeah.
Previous day's close or previous day's low.
Thick red line. Uh-huh.
This thing dipped down below it big and then finished back on top of that line. So somebody didn't want to see this break previous day's low.
That's crazy.
And now it's literally tapping that line.
Wait, the bearish candle, I put up my volume. That bearish pressure that brought the market down is a bigger sell-off candle volume than what's going on right now.
Yeah, but it's not bigger than the previous candle.
You looking at a 2 minute? I'm looking at a 5.
Yeah, I'm looking at a 2 minute.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I am looking at a 5. So the 5, basically, that down move, that candle is the highest volume candle on the chart today. No, since this morning.
Yeah, but see, that's why you should, if you look at the 2 minute, so now the 2 minute breaks that 5 minute candle down into 2.5 candles. And you can kind of see which candle actually has
strength,
the volume in it. So the red move down didn't have much volume in it. It's a doji candle that had good volume.
Oh, that's crazy. I see that. That's crazy. So that's just a sell-off. Someone hit the bids.
Yeah, and so that's why that's one thing that Live Traders preaches too, is like being able to look inside of a 5 minute candle and kind of see what it, like, take a 5 minute candle and then imagine what it would look like as two 2 minute candles or 2.5 2 minute candles. But I just sent you a picture of my chart now with it updated.
Okay.
And you'll see
look at how it broke below previous day's low. It came back, and you'll see down there the volume. So I quit looking at my volume candles as red and green candles. I just changed them all to gray now.
Yeah.
And then I could look at the candle and determine whether it was a green or a red candle. You know how sometimes the candle gonna be green, but it's actually a bearish candle.
Right.
So, but you see all of the volume was in that doji candle.
This is gonna be
It
like
was
that.
not much volume in that big flush down.
Right. I see that on the 2 minute.
Yeah. That big flush down had what 4,500, and then that doji candle had 13,000.
We call that "Let's go get our friend" candle.
So that's why I said I looked at that as like a very bullish move when it did that.
So they should.
And now look at what it's doing.
Yeah, the bounce back up was pretty sick. But either way, that entry, I would have stayed in this trade, definitely getting one out down there, because remember, you would have gotten in on that second pullback somewhere around 44, risking 45s. So you're risking 1 point on this thing. This thing fell from there.
Yeah.
Right? This thing fell from like the 44, touched 35, so that's almost 9 points. That's a 9x trade, bro.
Yeah, because that's even like this one right here. If you would have bought this off of the previous day low, which was 41.3750, and you just put your stop a half a point, put it at 41.37, because if it breaks below that, you know it's headed back down. You're already up 2.5 points off of a half a point.
Yeah,
And I saw this.
crazy.
I'm thinking this is bullish. This is going back higher, and look at what it's doing. But that's the thought process that we got to start looking at. Or I definitely got to look at, because I saw this playing out just like it's playing out.
Yeah, you would have been nice. Good 3-4 points already, because we saw the way.
Yeah, and now it's flirting with the hourly 50, which is breaking over that now.
420.
Because again, it provided no support going down, so now it's providing no resistance coming back up.
Yeah, I would have definitely taken at least. So like I'm thinking now, right now that I did the math on the stop loss for that trade, it would have been me, because like I said, I enter as it's approaching that double top in anticipation of a rejection from that level, since it's a 15-minute line. So if I enter that 44 and the risk was 1 point, I think in cases like that, I'm probably gonna size up to like maybe 3-4 contracts.
Yeah, because your risk, and that's like how even when you was talking about how Evan projects his risk, and I'm the same way. Like I said, if I got a 10-cent stop and I'm risking $10, I'm gonna buy 100 shares. So like on that trade, if you was risking whatever you was risking, but that was only going to be $5 on one contract,
right?
And you want to risk $50, you just buy 10 contracts.
That had just been like $20 loss right there on 4 contracts. That's way better than what I see on one contract going friggin' 4 or 5 points. Because it's $5 a point.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to write out a table really quickly, so that if I ever do take those type of trades, I can know how much to scale in at. Because
that remember I told you I had like a cheat sheet I keep on my desk.
Yeah,
that's what I made, but I had made it for the ES, and I need to make one for the NQ because they're different.
Yeah, you need like 20 points on the NQ. So if I could reduce it to, and so I'm losing $80 on 20 points, so it's about $40 for that 20-point risk on one contract. So with 2, I'm always like, measuring it to 80. So if I can go down to 10, I could take 4 contracts, bro. And it would be the same exact
and that's
trade.
why like your stop would change. So like your stop size for this trade, that's why like when people like do like 10-cent risk or whatever,
Yeah.
It's kind of hard because it changes. Each trade is not going to be the same amount of risk because the stop is going to be different.
Yeah.
Unless you taking trades where you know the stop is never bigger than 10, so you may have a 5-cent stop, and then you just giving it extra room by giving it 10 cents. But yeah, for me, it always changes. But this still, I still see this going back lower. It's just bouncing.
That was a lot of volume, but I feel you.
Yeah, but see, like for me though, I'm trading the big picture is my hourly down channel.
Right. So we got to go tap the bottom again.
Yeah, unless I see a new higher low forming, which is like a trend reversal.
Yeah. Hey, do you have like open interest on your like an indicator for volume open interest on your TOS? I don't know where this thing is coming from, man, but I don't need it on my charts.
Yeah, I have it on my
options.
On my option chart, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why it's coming up on my charts.
And I have it down in my volume thing. Now you have to go into the settings.
Style?
Huh?
Style setting?
Yeah. So like, yeah, the style for that particular chart.
All right, I'm there.
And then go over to options.
Show open interest.
I think that's where it's at. Yeah, right there. Show open interest. Show Theo price.
Yeah. But why is it showing on a regular chart?
Shouldn't. Unless if you go to go to your futures chart. Yeah, that's what it is. You got to go to futures and turn it off on futures.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because I'm not in the options chart.
Yeah, see, that's what it is. When you said open interest, I'm instantly thinking options.
Yeah, bro. Thank you. That shit was driving me crazy because I feel like every piece of data that they trying to aggregate slows down the machine, and my shit's been moving stupid since then. Appreciate that.
Yeah. So where does it even show open interest at? Let me see.
Nowhere. There's an option chart. Open it. Yeah. What the hell does that even mean? Open interest volume? I never had the volume turned on. Did you turn on your volume?
Mm-hmm.
It shows it?
Let me see. So does it show it down there in the volume? Maybe. So see, like for my volume, I have ATR. Because I like to see what the ATR is for like the last few candles.
I'm about to say, I could give you my ATR indicator, the label. It shows up at the top, though.
Yeah, now I have mine, so it kind of shows for each individual bar for that particular chart.
Oh, gotcha.
So if it's a 1 minute chart, I can see what the ATR is for that 1 minute candle for the last 14 candles. Because I used to use that as a stop indicator.
Man, we could run and get some calls right now on SPX and just let that thing run for the rest of the day, see if we rally up.
Yeah, because see, that caught a nice bounce off of previous day's low.
I'm just thinking that those contracts, whatever contracts 0 days you've seen, them things died on that move to the upside.
Yeah, but see, this is pushing back higher. Let's see if this is going to push back into this intraday up channel, which would also push it out of the hourly down channel, and it's right at 41.44. So you would have all three of those things converging.
This thing
that move is going to be hellacious.
Yeah. If this thing kicks in, it's going to be nuts because these things went to 264. They dropped all the way to 20 cents, and now they're back up to 60 cents. All you need is one more downward move, and I think SPX could be interesting.
Man, I wonder where they was at when. So they was at 20 cent when it tapped
the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 264 at the highest point. So it'll get all of that IV back if we break out of the highs, risking $50 right now. But if they go through another downward move at 3 o'clock, that contract's dead. It's gonna be dead in the water. So maybe it's.
I was just about to say. So this is tapping a down channel right here. If I draw a line, yep, that just tapped the down channel. So
the top of the down channel.
It basically starting. So I'm looking at a 2-minute chart.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at where your first, like where it made that M top at,
yeah,
the right side of the M top, and then you got another pivot at 248. I drew a line from that M top to that 248 candle, and then extended it to the right, and it came right to it, tapped it, and now it's pushing it back down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, that was foul. That was a dirty ass move for options.
So like I said, for me, I can't really read this one. I see no clear sign that this is headed higher, and no clear sign that this is headed lower.
It bounced off of something. That move went all the way back down to what looks like, the bottom of the 1 hour Bollinger Band. That's crazy.
On a bigger picture, I still see this
coming down,
going back down to the base. Testing the 50, hourly 50 again. This time it is trying to act as a little support. Now, if we get a higher low right here, this will change my opinion that this could possibly be going back higher.
Man, them contracts died.
What was that?
Them contracts, contracts are shaking. Some are going from 40 cents to 70 cents on the put side, unless there's something I'm missing.
Yeah, nah. See, this is it's looking like it's trying to set for a higher low right here. And if that's the case, like I said, that'll kind of change my thought that this could be ready to make that move back higher. Where did this start today? Oh, so yeah, this still got a lot of room to make up from where it was at.
Change over here. I'll short the hell out this market. Nah, I won't do that now. Everything is bullish on my end. I got a bullish 1 hour candle, bullish 15 minute, and the 5 minutes been just doing its thing. So more than likely, you might see some bounces here and there.
Yeah, it got too much. I got the hourly 50 right there.
Right.
I got the 20 right there. I got this down channel. It's like way too much. Those are all things. When I say I look for reasons not to take a trade, all of those are reasons not to, because I don't have a clearly defined picture that I'm looking at.
Right. Nah, that was a fire move though. Wow. That would have been a great short trade from up there. You just had to take your profit and run, because who knows what might happen. And to get back up here after a move like that is just torture, bro. Unless you got a macro play up your sleeves. I'm looking at both puts and calls right here, man. I'm not going to be able to grab any of these puts, though. They're not coming down to 40. And that's where I'm going to risk, if anything, which means that I'm anticipating another drop in this market. Keep your money in your pocket, brother. Just bet on that Tesla trade. I'm in on Tesla for a swing, you know? I got a friggin' rush today. I hate when I have this swing cap on, because I don't get out from any just any down move. But usually that trade would have probably taken 10 to 20 bucks from me, and I'd have just been like, okay, cool. Motherfucker down like 30, 45 bucks.
See, this break this hourly at 41.40. This is heading down.
Oh, look at Tesla. Nice move, baby. Did that shit just Tesla just reclaimed the entire down move. And the contract's
flat on the open since it opened. Man, Meta has been beast mode.
Fucking insane. Check out Tesla on the 1 hour. You should see a line down there. I'm pretty sure. Nope, didn't get a 15. So that's the rule I have. If I don't see a 15-minute line, I could take a 1 hour line. But I won't do a 5-minute line. And Tesla.
Going long?
Yeah, you see the man that came in on Tesla at around 12 o'clock?
See, I don't have it. Nah, I don't have it on my hourly. Give me a second though. But I got Tesla in a down channel.
On the 1 hour, yeah. But if you take a step back, that thing coming up now.
Yeah, I got it. Again, it's one of those on the intraday. So like on the 2 minute, I got it in an up channel. But it's at the top of the down channel. The good thing on this one is that on the 2 minute chart, it's outside of my down channel, hourly down channel. So it's actually using that channel as support right now. So that's the only issue with that one. Let me see something. I forgot I can save. I need to go in there and save that as default. So you use all of those, what did you call those? Deviations? Like the standard deviations for each of those?
These are supply and demand lines, the green and the red, but I also have standard deviation levels on the right side of the chart, letting me know when the market has been oversold or overbought.
Oh, okay. I see them now. All of these different prices.
Yeah. I mean, it literally works on every chart.
Yeah.
So it's going to show you where the market, I mean, if you do that with your channels, it literally probably bounced at the bottom of your channel. So if you saw that, you got the two confirmations, you probably get a gun that move down there at 166 on Tesla.
So like I just dropped your that study. So it put prices for everything.
Yeah. Every chart that you pull up is gonna show you where the supply and demand kind of levels are. So I never really draw supply and demand. I just put it on. I like extend a flat line, a price level on the 1 hour, 15 minute, and the 5, so that I know the levels that they can go to today. So before the market opens, you're gonna see these levels, and just watch this for a week, how they touch every single one of those levels, at least on the 15 minute, and they'll just ping pong in that range until you get a breakout. It's fucking insane. That's what forced me to delete all the friggin' moving averages I had on my chart. I'm like, yo, sometimes these moving. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I like to draw mines though. So that's my only issue.
The levels?
Yeah. Yep.
You could probably still draw them, but if they are kind of aligning with the levels that the code is picking up, you can just draw a price level line, right, at that level, so you never have, and then just change the color so you know which one is the weekly, the monthly, the hourly, and such and such. But they're gonna move. Like if they break a level and tomorrow they find a new level, all you have to do is move that level up. But you have the same color, so I don't create new levels for or new lines for QQQ, SPY, ES, and NQ. And I give out these levels every day on my Twitter, so and my Discord, so people could like kind of see stuff like that.
Gotcha.
Oh, that fucking down move would have paid on ES, on SPX. They rejected, brother. Probably bounced though. Let me show you what I mean. So on NQ. You're in my Spark group, right?
On what platform?
My Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah. So check out that link real quick and have your ES chart up, and you'll see how price reacted to those levels today.
I don't know what was that you just sent me.
It's a link into my Discord where the level.
It's no good.
Oh goody.
I know.
It probably won't work unless you're in my Discord. Let me send you.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't. Let's see.
Try this. I got you. Don't worry about it. So that's the invite.
There we go. All right. All right. Yeah, I'm up in there now.
All right. Now you can click on this link here. Oh, is that the link?
I just got it.
Oh, hold on. I don't know if that's a link. But today, copy link, right? Yep, copy link. And then I'll send it to you here. Yeah, I don't know if that's the link, but it says copy image link. It should send you to that page. Or click the old, oh no, the old one is just into.
Where is you at though? Like, so in your channel, where is that link at?
Down at the bottom where it says intraday plays and swing, I have a Spark daily level.
I don't see that. It just shows Trade University.
You probably have to go through the, I don't know why you wouldn't see that. You just see Trade University, you see profits and loss, voice channel, and then intraday swings.
Nah, voice channels as low as it goes. So I got Spark Trading 101, Spark Playbook, Candle Color Explanation.
Yeah, market psychology.
And then Market Psych.
Hold on, you should see this. Hold on. This is not good. Because I don't have this thing. Copy message link. Try to click this message link right there. Let's see what that sends you to. Yeah, I sent you there. It's interesting why it is.
Nah, it sent me the Spark Daily Levels.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where I need you to go.
Okay, yeah, I'm there.
All right, so it should have like basically put you where ES levels were.
Mm-hmm.
So before the market opened at 9:11, I posted those levels, and I'm using the 15-minute, the 1 hour, and the 5. But I don't really post the 1 hour. I just use the 15 and the 5, because that's kind of where I see statistically where they're gonna kind of play from. So if you look at the supply level was on the 5-minute was 41.40, and look at how 41.40 reacted today at the open. Kind of got a little bit above it, but then they slammed down. A little bit above it, slammed down. So for me, when I was like, if I look at the chart and I'm looking at the condition on the 1 hour and the 15-minute, if it's bearish, I'm taking the supply level and I'm gonna execute that play. And then
see, for me, what the 41.40 has been the 50 moving average all day.
Look at that. If all those things lined up, bro, take the shorts. Yeah. So when they got up there, my first entry was 41.39, The second one was 41.40, and I was risking 41.43, which is a 15-minute, which should have been a 15-minute zone that I should have picked up. I don't know. I guess I didn't want to use it, but yeah, I used a higher supply line, 41.57, with 41.14 being a target. So I was trying to. Remember, I don't know if I told you, I was like, I'm trying to take this thing to 41.14. Man, we didn't get close to that. But that's because that 5-minute demand at 41.36 kept on just. They broke a little bit below it, but it just kept on showing like buyers just stepping in down there. So the market is just gonna play with these levels all day. And if you go back in time and you look at these things, once you get the breakout, you get the breakout. But they're gonna touch these levels. One of these levels are gonna get touched. So you could always form a play, whatever bias you have, you know, from these levels. And I think that the community, like I usually get a good 10 to 20 something users that look at SPY. They love SPY. But now I did QQQ, and that's getting some traction too on Twitter.
Yeah, see, for me, I would have. You was trying to get down to 41.14.
Yeah, I know.
And see, for me, my hourly down channel would have told me like, nope.
I know.
Nah, we not gonna get there.
I know. You think that a lot of the times until we make the move, bro. And it's crazy because it may not come today. But all of a sudden, the overnight freaking session comes in and they blow through everything we did today. Looks like a friggin' baby move. So,
Yeah,
you know.
see, then, no, it ain't really, for me, like, I'll say you can't really call it technical analysis, but you can once it start blowing through those levels and holding. But yeah, just looking at, if I go back to, like, last Saturday, like, the lowest that I could see this going, like now, is like 41.32. Because that's the base of my hourly down channel.
That's what
and
we're
then
today.
if it gets through that, now it's just starting a new down channel. And then I'll just duplicate this channel. So let me duplicate it, stack it, and then that'll kind of tell me where the next level would be.
41.14.
Let's see. I'm about to stack it now and see where it puts it at. I'm such a perfectionist. Let's see. So if it breaks through that, the next one is 41.19.
Close enough.
And then, so see, you saying 41, let me see. So 41.14 is the start of a zone that I have. And it goes from 41.14 down to 40.90.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so 41.14 gonna act as a huge area of support from what I'm showing.
Yep. And that's why I would have gotten out. If we made that move today, bro, I'd have been lit. And I didn't even want that much. Like if we would have hit my target, it was 41.26. And the juice would have been at the 41.14. But if I ever see that trade work out, bro, I'm getting the hell out of there. To give you a point of reference, when we had the move up on Friday, I was freaking screaming. What was it, 41.66? I think this is a 1 hour chart. This is your Friday move right here. So I kept saying, yo, this thing could get into 41.63, right? That was this move before today. I think that was the move. Yeah. Put it on your page. Every time I call out these levels, I know you guys are like, that's too far. But these fucking guys, they move the market there. So this level here, right, that chart there, the red lines above, when I swung this position, actually, I think this is the trade. No, sorry. That's not. That was the week before. That's not it. That was the week before their LMD. But this level here was the reason why I was calling out 41.66. It looks like. So that red area up there, that red line that came in, we broke above, came back down, and then we went all the way down here and broke the lows. I ended up taking a swing below that green line at 41.11. And the next day I woke up, that was when I woke up to the crazy ass move on 2 contracts. And that was that up move right there that you see at the end is your Friday. And I'm telling everyone, this thing has room to go to like 41.63, 41.66. Bro, the market went to 41.60 for Bitcoin. Almost like a crazy amount of points. And this is ES, but I did NQ. So NQ did 172 points. 270 something points, sorry. I only got out 178 points from my runner, and I took out 80 points from the first exit. That was probably one of my best trades. Just kind of like stepping away from micromanaging and kind of just taking a level in anticipation of us getting back above that level and having that demand guy kick in. And on Friday when they opened up, they sent that thing to supply, bro.
Hold on. Let me see. Yes, sir. Yes, yeah. Same floor. 5th floor. No, he's same floor, and I think in the same corridor.
Run out.
Slide out of this office.
Let me bust out this recap, brother.
All right, man. I'm gonna do the same when I get home, and I have to catch yours when I'm out in my shop.
Yeah, man. You have any tips or advice? I'm trying to keep it shorter than 10 minutes, but one damn trade.
That's hard. I tried that. It is so hard. And my thing is, every time I say, all right, I'm gonna keep this short, it ended up being long. So I try not to say that. Like, you'll catch me sometimes saying like, okay, this should be a fairly short one. And then before I know it, it's 30 minutes and I'm like, dang it. So, nah, I can't help you there, boss man. All I can say, try to keep it concise.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I definitely check it out. And then if I got any critiques on it after I check it out, I'll try to help you out where I can.
All right, thanks, man.
All right, I'll holler at you.
Take it soon.